3, 4.
If it's here.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
technology only. For instance, John, yabo? Because uthetha apha kuthethe phaa kuthethe phaa kuthethe phaa hence ke ngoku sizibeka apha iimayikhi zethu kwenzela uba singabe simuva around
Good morning. Apologies for starting late. In Cape Town, we have a problem of traffic. So some of our members are still stuck on the road. We tried to wait for them, but don't think it's fair that we wait any longer. I think you have been here on time. So let's welcome Walter Sisulu delegation. It's a very big delegation, Chair of Council, that we have brought. We appreciate. It indicates the seriousness that the institution takes accountability, and we really appreciate. We have a few apologies. We have the apology of the minister who's attending the G20. It's a G20 week this week, and as part of the leadership of the education summit of the G20, was expected to be there. He's presenting something on education at the G20. Deputy Minister Dube Ncube is abroad, not going to join us today. Then Dr. Gondwe, also apology that she's meeting with, she had long planned to meet with the private institutions in our higher education. Then we have the apology of the Director General who's supporting the minister at the G20. And we also received an apology of the Deputy Director General Sokikwa, who was also at the G20, but yes, she has delegated the Chief Director and the University branch to lead the delegation on behalf of the department. From members' side, we have apologies of Honorable Khabo, who's on a party political program in the Northwest. Honorable Msezane, who's also on the same in KwaZulu-Natal. We have the apology of Honorable Low, Honorable Ngubane, who are on the way, stuck in traffic. And those are the apologies from members. Others have not sent apologies. Or Honorable Souls is attending the ad hoc committee, and others have not sent their apologies. So they should be arriving soon. So today we're meeting with Walter Sisulu University on their governance, administration, teaching and learning, and related matters. We'll get presentation from the university management. It will be led by the council. Then they will give to university management. And then from there, we will then have the institutional forum to give us the same presentation from an IF perspective. Then we will give to labor unions at Walter Sisulu, the perspective of workers. Then we'll close with the Student Representative Council to give us the student perspective. And then we'll then have engagements with that. We've also received the apology of the Vice Chancellor of Walter Sisulu that she's booked off sick this week, and Prof. Lennington will lead the delegation of WUSU's management. Those are the apologies that we have received. So we're going to start by introducing ourselves. When we introduce ourselves, we'll say our full names and our position in the institution. So for an example, I'll say my name is Tebo Kholitsie, Member of Parliament, member of the Portfolio Committee, on higher education and training, and I'm the chair of the portfolio committee. Then we'll give to Anele, we'll go this way, finish, and then we'll finish this side with members. So, like I've said, I'm Tebo Kholitsie, the chairperson of the portfolio committee on higher education and training, and a member of parliament. Anele?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anele Kabinges. I'm the Committee Secretary.
Good morning, everyone. Maggie Lennington from Walter Sisulu University, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching and Learning. Thank you.
Good morning. Nkatho Tlale, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Institutional Support and Development at Walter Sisulu University. Thank you.
Good morning, Morgan Niwatiwa, Chief Financial Officer, Walter Sisulu University.
Morning, everyone. Lulamile Ntonzima, the University Registrar. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Tembeka Ngugai Toby. I'm the Chair of the Council.
Good morning, colleagues. Sandy Sombongo. I'm the Chairperson for the Institutional Forum. Thank you.
Morning, honorable members. Mr. Ngizela Mzianda, representing Labour. I'm the Secretary. Thank you. How? Yes.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Nolita Situmane. I am here on behalf of Nehau. I am the Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Fanny Salamola. I'm the Deputy Chair and Chair of Finance Committee.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Nandi Jamzashe. I am the Chair of the Human Resources Committee and member of the Council of Walter Sisulu.
Good morning, Chairman and honorable members. I'm Lungisa Fuzile. I'm a member of the Council and a member of the Audit and Risk Committee of the Council.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Vuyani Jahana. I'm a member of Council. I also chair the Audit and Risk Committee of Council. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zionela Mlonyeni, and I'm the Secretary of Labour Union ABSA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Masomelele Nongadlela. I'm the Chairperson of ABSA Labour Union.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Nosisi Feza. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Internationalization at Walter Sisulu University.
Good morning, Chair and members. I am Olivia Mokatle, Executive Director for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Walter Sisulu.
Morning, Chair. My name is Lunga Polisa Mandasha, a member of Council and a member of PICC and HRCC.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Sichaba Kou. I'm a member of Council and the chairperson of the Physical Planning and Infrastructure Committee.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Tembinkosi Bonakele. I'm also a member of Council from WUSU.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I am Moise Potlani. I am the Senior Director, Legal Services at WUSU. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Mvelo Apenda. I am the ISRC President. Thanks.
Okay. Before the ISRC President, can you please repeat? Some members could not hear you. Closer to the mic.
Moise Potlani, Senior Director, Legal Services at WUSU. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ndia Kolwa Ngulu. I'm the Director of Special Projects at WUSU.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Siabulela Mnyaiza. I'm the Executive Director responsible for Human Resources. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Yonela Tukwayo. I'm the Senior Director responsible for Marketing and Communication at Walter Sisulu University.
Can you please use mics that are next to you there at the back?
Good morning, Chair. My name is Yolanda Palezweni. I'm the Communication Officer at WSU. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Kiriboni Chembe, Academic Advisor in the Vice Chancellor's Office. Thank you.
Good morning, members. I'm Siboniso Makopiane, Council Secretariat. Thank you.
Please repeat.
Honorable members, Mkolis Dube, Acting Director, Executive Director, Operations and ICT.
Yeah, get closer to my, get closer. The two of you, we could not hear you. Get
Morning,
closer.
Chair and honorable members. Mkolis Dube, Acting Executive Director, Operations and ICT, Walter Sisulu University. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Irene Patience Mohaswa, Executive Director, Student Affairs.
Good morning, members. I'm Siboniso Makopiane, Council Secretariat.
NSFAS.
Morning, Chair. My name is Ole Lwandaba. I'm the Manager, Student Accommodation at NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Tlivari Mkondeleli. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for universities at NSFAS. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. Tumuthando Xolo Potomani. I'm a committee assistant.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Tinswalo Ngwenya, Department of Higher Education and Training, Directorate Governance Support.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayabulela Mlisa from NSFAS, Managing Accommodation Providers and Accreditation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Atengo Sinyangiwe, and I'm the Manager for Accommodation Providers and Support at NSFAS. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members of FUSU. My name is Siyabonga Goni. I'm a journalist from the Daily Maverick.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Leslie Corey. I am a proud social worker by profession, and I am attending in my personal capacity. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Mkokeli Bandla, a senior reporter for the SABC in Parliament. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. Colleagues, my name is David Motlame, Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Teacher.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Unombali Mncwabe. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Deputy Minister's Office, Dube Ncube. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. Tabide Lengwane, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister.
Kiadumedisa Mudula Stilo, honorable members and colleagues. I am Philip Chabalala, Chief Director, Teaching, Learning and Research Development at the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, colleagues. All protocol observed. I'm Dr. Dalmain Christians, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo ko dumedise ke kadime madumo ohle le ditlhompho ka kakaretso lebitso la ka ke Karabo Lerato Gagao ke setho se feletseng sa komiti ena.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, colleagues. Apology to be late. And morning to our invited guest. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and all guests. My name is Mampaho Mudiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, guests, members. Agnetha Aronson, the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At least now that we know each other, we can now begin. We will, like I said, we are going to get presentations from stakeholders at the institution of Walter Sisulu. So we're going to give you Ntate Chabalala to lead the presentation. As you have seen or heard, we do have NSFAS with us, because in most instances we know that students will raise issues that require NSFAS, and we bring them so that we don't say we'll take their issues to NSFAS. Or with the institution, sometimes you might find that there are issues that affect the institution directly from NSFAS in terms of settling either accommodation or tuition fees. So once you do your presentation, we'll give to them to respond to those issues, so that when we come as members, at least we're able to know where challenges are, if there are any challenges. So I'm going to give you Ntate Chabalala to lead the presentation, and then I'm going to give to the Chair of Council to lead the presentation on behalf of Council, and then to management. Ntate Chabalala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members, and the entirety of the Walter Sisulu University, represented here today by the Council, management, and the stakeholder community within the university. The Walter Sisulu University Chair is a comprehensive university established in 2005 after the merger of the University of Transkei, UNITRA, Border Technikon, and Eastern Cape Technikon, and is one of the two institutions located in the Eastern Cape province. WSU has 4 campuses in Mthatha, Butterworth, East London in the Buffalo City, and Komani, and comprises of 7 faculties. The current leadership has been in place since 2021, led by Professor Songa as the Vice Chancellor and Professor Ngugaitobi as the Chair of Council. All 5 ministerial appointees have been confirmed. However, the Council is still dominated by males, with only 33.3%, 6 out of them being females, and 66.67%, that is 12, being males. And diversity of representation will be the focus of the department going forward. WSU received an unqualified audit opinion for the past 3 years, 2022 to 2024, with material findings identified with regards to non-compliance with selected legislative requirements and predetermined objectives. Although significant deficiencies have been identified in internal controls in the past 3 years, I believe the university is in a better state than it was 10 years ago. The 2025 academic year has been marked by tragic events at the university, following the fatal shooting of the DVC institutional support, Mr. Snetemba Mpambani, outside the Nelson Mandela Drive campus in Mthatha in June, and the student protest which led to the fatal shooting of Mr. Siswange Mbolekwa. The department requested a report from the university. In their report, Council explained the circumstances which led to the passing of a student and took the following resolutions amongst others: immediate precautionary suspension of the residence manager and to further commence criminal proceedings, reinforcement of the no-gun policy across all campuses. Third, immediate appointment of an independent investigation commission led by retired Justice Chris Chafter. And fourth, immediate appointment of a campus manager. The department was advised that the terms of the inquiry would entail a comprehensive evaluation of existing policies and practices which prevailed at the time of the student's death. The department is expecting that the university will share the final report developed by Justice Chris Chafter so that lessons learned can be applied universally and avoid the tragic deaths of other young students in our universities. And just to point to a few highlights, WSU has demonstrated commendable performance in the teaching and learning domain for the 2023 academic year, with undergraduate success rate of 82.4%. Students supported by the National Student Financial Aid Scheme recorded a slightly higher success rate than the institutional average of 83.6%. In view of the fiscal constraints, the university embarked on a rationalization and consolidation exercise, which is meant to eliminate and reduce the duplication of program offerings and the resultant operational inefficiencies. Understandably, the project, however necessary, was a source of tension among staff who were required to relocate. We commend the university for this bold decision, which should improve the financial sustainability of the university through improved operational efficiencies and increased postgraduate output. The university has made significant progress in infrastructure development, as reflected by the investment of 258 million rand made in property, plant, and equipment during the year. The department will continue to monitor progress with infrastructure programs before it commits additional funding. The state of accommodation remains a concern, and funds will be availed progressively as they become available to support conducive learning spaces. These are but a few of the highlights in the remarks that we are making as the department, and Chair, I will hand over back to you and the university to present to the portfolio committee. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, and the Professor Ngatobi.
Thank you, Chair. The plan, at least of the university, is that management and council have an hour jointly that have been allocated by the portfolio committee. I will take no more than 10 minutes to allow the management to give a detailed, substantive presentation covering all of the questions that the portfolio committee wishes to be addressed on. We are pleased that we have been invited to speak in this committee. We take seriously the invitation, and to that end, we have ensured that all of the, I would say, senior members of the council are present. And Mr. Chair, I was not responsible for compiling the management team, but I say that all of our DVCs are present. We also apologize for the absence of the current Vice Chancellor. As you indicated, Professor Linnington will do the presentation on behalf of management. But your request to us starts off by asking us to speak about governance, which is the core of the business of the council. And I wish to give some highlights on governance, but I also wish to raise some policy issues for consideration by the committee, by the department, and by NFSAS. On governance, as the presentation from the DHED suggests, all of our council positions are filled, including those of the ministerial quota. All of the council meetings, including its subcommittees, are attended, and they are always correct. We have not had to postpone a meeting because of a quorum. I raise this, Chair, because what kills institutions is not so much infighting, but it's people just not showing up at meetings. So we have sought to ensure that when meetings are called, everybody attends on time and meetings are not postponed because there is no quorum. The four main duties of the council under the Higher Education Act and the institutional statute are to govern the university, to pass laws and policies, to ensure executive accountability, and most importantly, to serve as a forum for resolving disputes within the university. The council takes this responsibility seriously, this responsibility of governing the institution. Now, governing the institution means taking the resolutions that are required for the administration of the institution. We take all of the resolutions that are necessary, including at a point of crisis. There is no crisis that has happened at WUSU that the council has not attended to. There may be disagreements about how we have attended to, but we have not ignored a single crisis. We have passed the institutional statute in 2024. We were grateful that the previous minister was able to sign the statute timeously. We have also passed all of the policies necessary to set the framework for management to administer the institution. We have also sought to hold management accountable, but we have also sought to support them when they need our support. All of the senior management positions are filled. The Vice Chancellor, the 3 Deputy Vice Chancellors, and the Registrar. Even the positions below those are filled, and all of the positions of the deans, executive deans, are filled. We only have 1 Deputy Executive Dean position that is not filled. Those are the positions that the council is responsible for. Insofar as the mode of governance is concerned, we try to govern the institution by democratic principles. And maybe, Chair, that is the reason why we have what you've described as a large delegation. And that is because a unique feature of universities is that they are governed and managed by their own users. Students govern the university, workers govern the university, former students govern the university, the government also governs the university. So we take that seriously and we try to give a voice to each stakeholder. That does not mean we don't disagree, but I can honestly tell you that there is no voice that has not been ventilated. They are here today, they'll speak for themselves, maybe they'll disagree with me. But that's part and parcel of the culture of democratic governance of the institution. We run through a committee system. You've heard for yourself the chairs of the various committees. Decisions are made at the level of committees and they are ratified at the level of council. In the composition of the council, I understand that we are lacking on gender. The government has calculated that we are 33% female represented. There's only so much we can do. The last appointment, which was a council appointment, was a black woman who is a judge. So when the power is our power, we use it affirmatively. When the power is an external power, there's nothing we can do. But we also try to balance skills and experience. We have people from finance, accounting, engineering, medicine, social sciences, and of course, law, that are members of the council. We think that balancing or blending skills and experience is necessary to anchor good governance within the institution. We are extremely concerned about financial sustainability of the university. Management will tell you what measures have been taken. When they present, I refuse to listen to someone saying, I am planning to do X. I want people to tell me they have done X, and we can measure it. But, Mr. Chair, that concern about financial sustainability is a historical concern. It comes as a result primarily of the funding formula. The funding formula in this country continues to discriminate against black institutions. And that is why we have asked in all our encounters, Dr. Sokikwa is not here, but she will recall every time she has come to WUSU. We've raised with her the continuing discrimination against black institutions through the funding formula. Whether, Mr. Chair, you're looking at the grant system, or whether you're looking at the management of NFSAS, or whether you are looking at the so-called block grant, the consistent pattern is the discrimination against black institutions. What we have identified as the critical distinction, why does an institution like Stellenbosch or UCT get more money than we do? It is primarily because universities are not measured according to impact, social and economic impact. If universities were measured according to impact, many black institutions would be able to compete. But for as long as you have a funding formula that prioritizes research for its own sake, regardless of social impact, you are always going to increase the gap between black and white universities. The same applies to infrastructure support. The way in which infrastructure grants are distributed continues to discriminate against black universities. I'll explain why. The majority of the money we need is to maintain existing infrastructure that we inherited from apartheid. But there is no specific grant for maintenance of existing infrastructure. What that means is that we have to make very tough decisions about whether we allocate money for operations or allocate money for maintenance. Maintenance is critical for us because this year, the protests that we've had were protests about basic things. The residences have not been painted, the windows have not been fixed. It is a disgrace that we are accommodating our students in rundown infrastructure because the allocation system simply does not cater for that. This funding crisis, Mr. Chair, goes beyond the physical space of learning and teaching into NFSAS. I want to raise two issues that we would like to discuss with NFSAS from a policy perspective. Number one, Mr. Chair, is that NFSAS wishes to bypass universities to deal directly with the end service provider. The problem, of course, there are arguments made in favor of bypassing universities. My own university has been accused in the past of having been the cause of the policy change because a service provider gave a student 14 million rands and the student naturally spent the money. and it was too late to discover it. But one does not form policy on an ad hoc basis. One forms policy on a structural basis. Our own experiences of the attempts to bypass institutions have been that they have been crippling to black universities. The second problem has been the way NSFAS is administered. Here, Mr. Chairman, you will recall instances of funding and defunding. We don't understand how NSFAS initially tells a student in January that they have funding for the year, and then in June tells the same student that they do not have funding for the year. The consequences for us are devastating because we are not going to remove the student. The student is in residence. The student is attending class. Our policy is clear. We are going to comply with the Freedom Charter, that we are going to keep the doors of learning and culture open. If a student does not have money, we will create a free education zone. But we cannot do this if NSFAS chops and changes. So the way NSFAS is administered does require consideration. Let me put it that way. Finally, Mr. Chair, I want to say that our goal is to be an impact and access university. We want to educate children from working class and rural backgrounds who will not have access to tertiary education without us. Many of the members of our council have come from the same background. I myself would not have been able to go to university had it not been for the old UNITRA. But the structure we have created is limiting the possibility for us to continue achieving this goal. I've spoken about challenges. There's some good news too, Mr. Chairman. 2025 has been a special year for us. We are beginning to see the fruits of the hard work that our academics have done, work that began 5 years ago to restore the academic integrity of the university. You'll remember that we were seen in the news with qualifications that have been de-accredited. There is not a single qualification today that we are offering that has not been accredited. Obviously, we did not do this alone. We want to thank the South African Qualifications Authority. We want to thank the Council on Higher Education, including DHED, for helping us navigate turbulent waters. On the 18th of June, 2025, we achieved the impressive ranking of being number 5 in South Africa when measured against impact under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And these rankings were independently verified by the prestigious institution, the Times Higher Education. And they were a consequence of an intentional strategy that we want to be a university that seeks to positively impact those that we interact with, to transform the lives of the students that walk through our lecture halls, and to stand head and shoulders in Africa, for Africa, inspired by Pan-Africanism. We want to pursue this goal. We want to deepen this goal. We want to work together with the Portfolio Committee to confront the external constraints that threaten to derail us. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Professor Lennington will deal with the detail.
Thank you very much. I'll give you an hour from now. I see your presentation is
Honourable Chair, thank you. I was practicing this morning and I was getting a sweat trying to finish it in 40 minutes. Honourable Chair, honourable members, members of Walter Sisulu University, our council, our stakeholders, good morning. I'll try not to repeat many of what the Chair of Council has said, and I want to thank him for his eloquent opening, which really did highlight many of the issues. In our presentation, we're going to try and answer the questions that the committee informed us they'd like us to discuss with them. So there's an overview. Much of the governance the chairs of council has spoken to, but we'll look at that. We'll delve into teaching, learning and research, where we are, where we've come from, our infrastructure and security, finance and funding, successes and challenges and interventions. So if we look at who we are, in 2021 we launched 2030 Vision, and you'll see it's an impactful technology-infused African university. It's a vision, so we're not there yet, but you'll see as we go through our presentation that we are moving towards that all the time. The strategic goals and objectives are underpinned by our core values, which are quite simple but fundamental. And if you look at where we come from, all of them are important: the quality, the excellence, the respect, the Ubuntu, the honesty and integrity. And the goals were devised then to actually give support to our purpose statement and our mission. We are currently halfway through, and in terms of a midterm review of our vision. But it's important to understand where the 2030 vision came from in 2021. As indicated, the current leadership under Prof. Sonke started in 2021. And that was 10 years after the Ingranyiana report, which was put Walter Sisulu into administration then. And we did report much of this to DHET in our 2025 report. But in 2011, the critical issues were indicated as there was an incomplete merger, there were academic problems in terms of programs, duplication and non-alignment. There was deterioration and poor spending, especially in IEG funding. We were financially unsustainable and we were in huge debt. And there was a lot of campus violence at that point in time. And 10 years later, we were still in the same spot. So 2030 was put in place to try and change us. And one of the catalysts is what we know as R&C, rationalization and consolidation. And the idea was to actually give effect to the merger by creating a university of unity. As indicated by DHET, it was very disruptive, and but it did reset the enterprise of the institution, and fundamental was the reduction of faculties as indicated to 7, which took out duplication to a large extent. I went the wrong way. No, I've gone the right way. With that Vision 2030 that was adopted in April 2021, we put a 10-year timeline for sustainable transformation that focused on academic restoration, infrastructure, financial stabilization, campus safety and trust rebuilding. Did I miss a slide? Just hang on. No, I haven't. Thank you. So that's just as the background of where we started in 2021 and what put us on our path. I think this has been touched on mainly. We have, since that statute, worked on our policies to align them, and we are continuously looking at policies, identifying gaps, and amending or developing new ones. It's an ongoing part of governance, which is really important. The convocation has been re-elected, and it is very active, and it collates sittings. The IF was reconstituted due to the statute also, and the SRC elections were this year. All of them are very active and they have core rate functional meetings. The chair has spoken to this, so I'm not going to dwell on that one. And I'll move to the transformation in terms of the faculties as a result of RNC. We have 7 faculties. Engineering, built environment and IT, education, Faculty of Management and Public Administration Sciences, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Faculty of Law, Humanities and Social Sciences, Faculty of Natural Sciences, and the Faculty of Economic and Financial Sciences, with the associated departments that are actually discrete, discipline-based, and there is minor overlap between faculties. Because of MIT, you'll always have some sort of areas where faculties collaborate. We've also placed them appropriately on appropriate campuses in terms of offering their programs, and each faculty has a home base. Our staff profile, the balance between male and female is good at 49-50 and a half, so it's now it's very well balanced, and our race is 94% African. The change in numbers from 21 to 25 is from 1,866 to 2,082, and that you will see we haven't grown hugely, even though our students and size and shape might have changed a bit, which is trying to keep within our financial budget and to make sure we are operationally efficient. The professional and instructional personnel remains at 43.2% across the 5 years, showing that in terms of our staff's shape, we have remained relatively constant, which is also important in terms of efficiencies. The total foreign nationals is 2%. Our largest group, as I said, is the professional qualified and experienced, which is 43.2%. We do notice that both at professional experienced specialist, there is a slight favor in terms of male employees, and we still have a male-dominated top management. All of those are receiving attention. These numbers just underpin what was in the previous slide. In terms of teaching and learning, our student headcount from 21 to 25 has stayed around 30,000, 31,000 to 30,000, and this year it's up to 32. We have 99.3% of our students are African, and you will see their distribution across the faculties. You'll see the size of the faculties changed between 21 to 24, with education growing from 26 to 28%. But with our new enrollment plan, we have ideas on that. So natural sciences is only slightly larger than medicine and health sciences. So as sciences, they're lowest. The highest faculty is education, and management and public administration sciences, the second largest. We are stabilizing those numbers and growing the sciences in the next 5 years. But in terms of our enrollment plan that we got back last week as approved by DHET, our big change is to go into the postgraduate area to support our whole research and our academic PQM into the future, and to make sure we take up that role of an impactful University. Our success rate has dropped from COVID, as I think everyone had those funny numbers in COVID. But we're happy with the 83%, but not so happy that we're not doing something to improve it, because as we go along, we'll see our graduation rate is about 20%, a little bit below the national average. But as always, when we get to the cohort, we'll see the actual issues there. So in terms of our graduates, we have more female than male graduates, which also needs attention. And most of our graduates are actually African. The numbers were up during COVID, but they've stabilized down to about 6,000 per annum. So let's look at our cohort study taking the 2021 intake. If we look now, the 2021 intake cohort would be N+1. Of that, 60% graduated, 14% were retained, and there was a 27% dropout of the 12,000 students that more or less that enrolled in 2021. And it's that dropout that is of concern. The 22 cohort, which is minimum time, currently we have 33% that have graduated, 43 still in the system. Many of them will graduate this year. Our dropout is at 24. Again, that's where the concern is. But that is N. So we actually expect quite a large graduation at the end of this year of that cohort. So what really bothers us is that dropout. We've got quite a lot of interventions, and they're actually based on data analytics. So we've done, and I must thank the PME for that, we've done quite a lot on our graduate survey in terms of employability. We've done a dropout survey, we've done our stopout survey, we've done a student experience survey, and we've done at undergraduate and postgraduate level. So we actually have quite a lot of data to understand what is actually happening with our students. So one of the things as well as in real-time live is tracking students, having interventions before they write an exam to help them improve, and we're looking at at-risk programs, at-risk modules, and priority students in terms of interventions. And we're hoping that that will actually pick up some of the problems, not just in student success, but also in dropout. From the dropout, it was clear that there are student experiences outside their classroom. So student life isn't just classroom. That also contribute to dropout. So we're looking at how to interact there and put interventions there for the student experience. We have a student success committee which is going to give life to a student success framework. And I think most universities have multiple student success interventions. The purpose of the student success framework is to integrate them so they actually have bigger impact on the students, and they are better targeted to the students who need them. And in 5 years, I hope we have a very good story to tell. We were asked to give some insight into our work integrated learning. So we have a university policy and Senate-approved guidelines. Every faculty has coordinators, faculty assessors conduct visits. We have supervisors in industry that evaluate, as well as workplace mentors. And the students also get a student guide. We were asked to highlight partner organizations, but we have 381. So if there's some queries, we can dig into them and discuss them. But we've got very strong partnerships with 10,000 students in Wool. And we're quite happy that we've got 7 in Qatar in an agreement with Hilton Hotels, which should be wonderful for our tourism. Research performance is always a lovely story to tell. We had 4 doctoral graduates in 21, and we're up to 17. and in masters we had 82, and we're up to 113. So in total, we've increased our postgraduate M&Ds from 86 to 120, and in the same vein, the research output units from 28 to 134 in terms of graduate headcounts. If we look at our instructional research staff with doctoral degrees, that has increased as with master's degrees, and the next graph will be much clearer. We have 5 NGAPs, and in terms of our full-time equivalent ratio of students to staff at 28.1, it's slightly below the 30, which we are aiming at, which is a very efficient place to be. We have a target of 920 instructional staff. It's slightly over at 963, and we're hoping that will balance out in the next 5 years. But this graph clearly indicates an area that needed improvement, which was the staff with honours and below decreasing down to 24%. That was really a headache, being almost half our staff in 2019, 34 in 2021. At the same time, we've increased our PhDs to 32%, and half our staff now actually have a master's degree. And I think you will see this impact when we start talking about the numbers of the research and the research money that we're bringing in as we grow as a university into a more postgraduate field that actually allows us to give expression to both our access and our comprehensive nature. So you'll see our research output unit trends has quadrupled since 2019 and more than doubled since 2021. And one might ask, is it sustainable? And if we go and look at the per capita output, you'll see it's not just one group of overworked academics producing a lot of articles, but it is spread across the university as we've increased our per capita from 0.21 in 2021 to 0.49 now, and it's actually at 0.5 in terms of weighted, which is really indicating that we're on the track that we want to go for 2030. The NRF ratings, and you'll see the impact of this when we start looking at the funding that we get. But this is also in terms of increasing the research outputs, because as you get NRF rated scientists, they create a research culture around them. So in 2021, we were the proud owners of 8 NRF rated researchers, and they are now 42. We really are very supportive, and we do a lot to actually make sure that they feel that Walter Sisulu is their home. All the research and the change in HR and NRF rated is reflected in those research grants. Currently in the 2024 year, we had 48.2 million total grants, whereas in 2021 it was a mere 17 million. So we've actually grown hugely, and that actually reflects the same sustainability of that research output, which people have said, haven't we grown too fast? But I think if one looks at the figures, you can see that it is sustainable. If we look at infrastructure and security, the underfunding challenges have really impacted on our infrastructure over time, and then we sort of shot ourselves in the foot because we didn't spend our IEG funds very well. So part of 2021 transformation was changing that picture around. We paid specific attention to infrastructure endeavours, and we've done quite a few renovation and new buildings. And I think the chair's been quite clear. We've still got a long way to go although we have come a long way so far, and we must be grateful and thankful to DHIT and the special grants we get through HDI funding, UCDG funding, the SBDG funding that we've been able to utilize. The one area which is central to student life but is not funded is sports facilities. And that's something which I think as a rural university, often in towns that aren't very conducive to student life, we really need to figure out how do we actually create better sports facilities for student life. So that our facilities weren't very nice. I'll just leave it at that. And our accommodation was not really the best. But we have really, as part of the vision, looked at modern infrastructure and cutting-edge ICT. And you'll see some of the buildings that have gone up, which look much better than the previous ones, as well as some of the residence changes that we have made. The teaching halls in Mthatha are fantastic. But we still have a long way to go, and it still needs to be spread out across the whole university. So we're in no way sitting on our laurels, but we can be happy that we have managed in some ways to address some of the issues. And as the chair said, there are those issues of maintenance that when something's really run down, we actually need to renovate. So, yeah, but we have made huge strides. So if you look at the investment of the 412 million that was invested, at least half was in residences. And of that, a third was from council fund and 2/3 were from granted funds. If we look at student accommodation, again, as the chair of council said, we've only got 5,000 of our students are actually in our residences, which is problematic for us, especially as a rural university. And we would actually like to change that around. We have about 70% of our beds in Mthatha. A lot of this is historical from where the residences used to be, where we've got about 3,394 students in residences, but we have 16,000 that, well, it's actually 17,000 that aren't. Butterworth has 894 beds, and Buffalo City 640, with their student numbers next to them. You'll notice Kamani doesn't have any university-owned beds. Until the whole issue about the buildings and the property and the land is sorted out, we actually will not have residences there, and that for us is a concern to actually resolve those issues around the Kamani campus so that we can start making that campus a university campus in more ways than just a teaching campus. So through SHIPMA, we've asked for 3,200 beds, 2,000 from Mthatha, Nelson Mandela Drive getting 600, Zamakulu and Gisa, 600 and 800 for the Faculty of Health Sciences. The Ibika campus in Butterworth, we're looking at 600, and Potsdam in Buffalo City 600. Again, you'll notice there are none there for Kamani. And we're hoping to, if we bring in those 3,200, it will make a big impact, especially in terms of our first-year students, who are the students that we know are the most vulnerable. Security, when you live in towns, as part of a town, is really important, and we try and have a multi-stakeholder effort for security. It involves creating a campus environment that is safe for teaching, learning, and student activities. And we try and involve a multiple of stakeholders and a multiple of security measures, which is both physical, electronic, and security, and terrain lighting. In terms of electronic, we've got CCTV cameras. We have which go to a central control room and with 24/7 video footage and surveillance. We also have electronic scanners for access. And this is great. It needs to be expanded, but it's a really good start at this point in time. In terms of the physical security, we have controlled access and perimeter fencing. In some campuses, the perimeter fencing has either gone missing with time or is not completely finished, and there we actually have perimeter patrols. And our security staff is contracted across the 4 campuses with some in-house staff. The next area we'd like to speak to, and if I had another hour, Chair, I would speak an hour to this area alone, which is gender-based violence and femicide, especially as we move into the 16 days. We have the policies in place, and we keep to support it, and we're reviewing some of them as we are, and we have a My Safe Space app, which allows survivors and those who feel threatened to report anonymously, and we've just brought in an email address as well. We have the committees to support it, as well as a reporting system and support for survivors, which includes psychosocial support, medical support, legal support, and we have programs and training for staff and students. Our first year experience has GBV-related matters infused into it. We actually have an LGBTQI institutional awareness program that is run for our first years in our first year experience. We have bullying and awareness programs in Darbers, and we're about to actually launch a 3-part duty book series over 3 years. The first year is Name It, the second year is Shame It, and the third one is Tame It, and it's based on a research project on gender-based violence. Our collaborations are important, and apart from the standard collaborations that we have, we're also part of the Eastern Cape Gender Machinery. We had a meeting last week, and that helps us actually keep in sync with the provincial work, and therefore many hands strengthen the fight against gender-based violence. We were also asked to update the committee on the tragic incidences earlier this year. The first incident was tragic but not fatal, with Miss Ndamasa, who was shot allegedly by the security company. We've done a lot of work with the student. She's currently still in rehabilitation, and we've paid for everything, cared for everything, consulted with her family. We've transported the student, and we are currently having academics concessions for 2026, and then we'll see where the student is in 2026 in terms of her health and how we can actually assist her academically while continuing assisting her with her medical costs. Unfortunately, the fatal shooting of Mr. Umbelekwa in April occurred. We've taken full responsibility for all the burial requirements. We even sent a team to the family to assist with that burden, as we realized it was a big burden for them to deal with at the time, and we helped refurbish their family homestead. And we continue to give the family support. The staff member was placed under suspension, and disciplinary action has been initiated, as Mr. Shabalala indicated. We have a commission of inquiry that's investigating the circumstances related to the killing of Sisonke Mbolekwe, as well as the prevailing circumstances at the time. They've concluded their work in terms of the hearings, so we're waiting for the report and we're hoping to get it within a month, so before we close in December. In terms of the DVC ISD, we have been working with the police and the police commissioner. We've asked them to regard it as a priority crime. So hopefully through the police that will be getting some attention. We immediately identified members of management that might require security measures, and we actually have protection services for those members. But we've also been proactive in having a university-wide security assessment, looking at our threats, so that we can make informed decisions in terms of physical security, policies and protocols and practices. And we're also hoping to have that report by the end of 2025. And I think it will benefit both staff and students, not just staff. It's really, in terms of safety and security, it will have an impact in that area as well. The bugbear in the room, the two important things at Access Comprehensive University are, one, the Teaching and Learning Project, two, funding. In an Access University with 75% of our students, and I'm not going to repeat what the chair said, being NSFAS beneficiaries, which we think is a fantastic initiative that our students are funded, but we do have problems with NSFAS. Specifically this year, the payments have been unpredictable. Currently, there's a 3-month outstanding payment, and as a university with low financial reserves, it puts huge strain on us. That's really not helpful. I know the students will indicate the issues that they have with NSFAS, and I'm not going to repeat what the chair so eloquently said. The one area that comprehensive universities really do struggle with is the advanced diploma. It's the bridge for students to actually continue with lifelong learning and to become full citizens in terms of education and delivering to the country, and it's the biggest barrier to going forward. And if they manage to get to the advanced diploma stage and pass it, they are now indebted students. It's an anomaly in the system which comprehensive universities, as well as universities of technology, struggle with. And it's one of the areas we would really think needs some sort of thought into when we look at the funding formula. The block grant has stayed the same since 2022, 1.14, 1.15, 1.16, 1.15. You will know, Chair, that the Honourable Chair, that inflation has not stayed static for the last 4 years. And so the block grant staying static for the last 4 years is incredibly problematic. At the same time, our tuition fees have increased, but if you add the total, we are still about 600 million down on what we would have been. No, we're not, sorry, that was my bad maths. But the block grant has come down, but we are static in terms of our income over the last 4 years, which means quite a few things. One is that if you take your human resource component that it gets, that does increase with, that does increase, and we'll get there when we talk to finance further, that does increase with inflation, but your revenue doesn't, that percentage is always going up without doing anything, and that's problematic. it reduces your operational resources, and that has an impact on quality. And then you've got to make those hard decisions that the chair was talking about. So the block grant, the static block grant for us is a problem. And it goes back to the funding formula as well. The block grant being all the same for all universities, no matter our historic past and no matter where we were when Fees Must Fall was instituted in free education. And we really do feel that there needs to be an equity look at the sector. We all know the difference between equity and equality, but when it comes to higher education, we really do feel that the universities are treated equally and not with equity. And that's a problem for us. We do know that third string income is important. It's not a place we've been good at because we've been focusing our attention on really putting right all the ills that Walter Sisulu had. So we're now at the state of saying, okay, third stream income. We have started with Walter Sisulu Enterprises, and it is growing. But at the moment, our third stream income is about 2.5 to 3.6. Walter Sisulu Enterprises is focusing on short learning program and the branding shop, and from a small start, we're looking into a big future. I am almost finished, Chair. Well, I'm making progress. But I'll speed up because we have spoken to a lot of it. Our student debt is large, 400 million. And interesting enough, our first years pay for all their fees, but when it comes back to second year, those that are fee-paying students suddenly stop paying. So once they're in, they accumulate debt. So we wish that they could be first years every year. But it does show that we should actually be more stringent in enforcing our policies, but at the same time, yeah, it's hard to kick someone out who's in the system. So the escalating student debt is huge to our financial stability. Our split is registered students about 31% and unregistered students about about $1 billion at 69%. I'm not going to repeat these, that's for most of the end. They basically do reflect on what I had said earlier. The highlight on the academic is the third bullet, the fact that we've got improved accreditation outcomes from the CHE and professional bodies. And we actually have very good working relations with all of them as we go along. And we were really very happy that in terms of our enrollment plan, it was endorsed completely by DHET without any changes at all. Expanded community engagement, and I will speak a little bit to that just now, it's the impact of our research activities, and we'll show you where that is. But because we have a footprint in the rural areas, we actually have the ability to make a huge impact. And you'll see that we are going that way. We just thought that since 21, we've actually managed to have a very close relationship with SAICA as an example of accreditation. And we've got the Tutuka program and a whole lot of other strategic partnerships. And we've just had our postgraduate diploma a SAICA accredited, so when we offer it, it will be SAICA accredited, of which we are really proud, as it does reflect the academic quality we have restored within Walter Sisulu. In terms of research, the last two bullets are actually of interest, the innovation and IP commercialization, because it's always an area that's slow to start in universities. It takes a while to go from an idea to a concept, but we have 12 staff in prototype development, and then in strategic partnerships, especially in the medical area. We've got a partnership with the Medical University of Graz, but we have quite a few, and that's actually bolstering our postgraduate training, which is what we want to grow with our new enrollment plan. This is the one that shows we were 5th in South Africa in terms of impact, and you'll see that the areas where we've actually made an impact in terms of our research is in terms of no poverty, SDG 1, 3, good health and well-being, showing our medicines faculty impact, quality education, decent work and economic growth, and 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions and partnerships for South Africa. In terms of no poverty, we ranked 5th in Africa. In terms of good health and well-being, we ranked 7th in South Africa amongst the universities. And I think that shows that the impact we were hoping to have in our new strategic plan, we are moving in that direction. We've spoken to most of this, and I won't repeat it. In this, in terms of challenges, the first one, the profound social and economic vulnerability of our student population, has to do with not only that our students are first-time students in their family, but also where they come from, the location of our campuses, the where there's pervasive crime and violence in surrounding communities, and our need for residents, especially for first years. This is just an overview of most of what I've spoken about. There was, and as a nice summary of a challenge and intervention, the one I wanted to look at was student welfare, where we are actually trying to change that student experience around to a large extent. And then we've spoken to financial stability. And most of what's in here has actually been indicated by the chair. And again, just what we would really like to see changed is the policies on funding and the fee framework, resources for infrastructure and maintenance, and a recognition that universities in this country should be treated
Yes, Chair, we are. What I was hoping to ask, with your permission, is whether any members of management wish to add. That's why we have them here. Specifically, the CFO.
Chair, I'm adequately covered. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. So labor unions, we just received a presentation from ABSA now. And when we wrote to yourselves, you said you must do a joint presentation because your presentation represents labor and not a specific union. So what we don't do is because you go to certain institutions and they've got 5 unions and we don't have time to get presentation from individual unions. So we've asked that you do a combined presentation. So I'm going to ask, whilst we go to IF now, we're going to ask both NEHAW and ABSA to do a combined presentation outside. We'll give IF now, and then if you are not done, we'll give the students. And if you are still not done, it means we'll continue without hearing from workers. So you will go now outside do a combined presentation. We did, when we wrote to you, indicate that particular point. Now we have two presentations here. A few weeks ago, we met with the College of Cape Town. They had the same problem, where they did not, they had, in fact, there they were worse. The first time we met with them, the problem was Nehau, where the province wrote to us and said the people who contributed, they are not part of leadership of Nehau. We went to them on the 5th of November this month. In the presentation, they wrote Nehau 1 and Nehau 2. We told them we don't take that presentation. So we want to appeal with you, Nehau and ABSA, just outside here, combine the presentation, give it to us. Normally we don't take presentations late, but because we want to hear from a worker's perspective, what are the issues at Walter Sisulu. So if you can just step out, maybe 15, 10 minutes, you know workers' issues, just edit one presentation and add others. As long as you can agree that, because I'm going to give you 15 minutes, one takes 7 minutes, 30 seconds, the other takes 7 minutes, 30 to present. If the problem is about that part, and then you send it to us, we'll send it to members. So I'm going to give institutional forum, chairperson of IF. Thanks, Chair of Council and Management for a presentation. Chair, I hope the department and NSFAS had the issues you have raised. IF?
Mr. Chairman, IF is here. I'm not sure if they can.
They can present from. You don't have their presentation there. It's fine, you can come here. I think it will be easier if you come. So SRC, yeah. SRC, you don't have the SRC presentation? No. I do have it. Yeah, you don't have the IF's one? But not the one you edited. Okay, no, it's fine. Yeah. No, they edited the day before. IF, we have 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes, IF.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. As we begin, just few points as well for noting. We are a newly constituted institutional forum structure in which the process was completed on the month of October. Two, we also do appreciate that there were concerns, especially on our first meeting that we held, to say we have 19 members, and out of those 19 members, 17 of those members are males, and only 2 are females. So the resolution of the meeting was that we write to structures just to inform them of that issue, of which we did. We also do understand that there is no legal obligation for structures to make any changes, but we also raised the point from a moral point of view. So those are just 2 issues I wanted to share just as we move with the presentation. So the first point we wanted to share is around the issue of institutional culture and climate. So firstly, we do understand that the institution is a dynamic ecosystem with different interest groups who pursue different interests. So on this part, we then also understand that we also have a public responsibility because we are a public good. So we have identified that because of these different interests and agendas and responsibilities, we have a multifaceted mission where sometimes academics, their concern is only knowledge production. The interest of administrators is service. The interest of researchers is just research and innovation. So in most part, you'll find that there are good things that are happening within the institution, but they don't find an expression in terms of synergy in how they should be articulated from a university perspective. So sometimes doing things that are good as a department is quite not enough at a broader aspect for the university. So this, I think, we can indicate that are caused by many issues. It might be one, the issue of change management that has recently happened. So we're still getting our house in order in terms of the structure of the university. So that's the first point we had identified as the state of the affair. Then the second point is around governance and stakeholder participation. So the issue of policy consultation, the IF completely does participate in those. All university policies go through the IF for endorsement and advice to council. So we do participate in those, and one of the major ones recently we had dealt with is the issue of policy on policies, which governs and give the framework of how policies at WSU should be developed, should be consulted, and also the review cycle of when they should be reviewed for policy compliance. I think the second part is around the issue of statute, which was clearly indicated. In that statute, Chair, we want to raise it that there were two major strategic inputs, which I think determine the fate of our university. One is to extend council term from 2 years to 5 years, because the observation were that if you've got a council that stays in the university for 2 years, it does not even get a chance to play an oversight role in the strategy that it has developed. So I think from a governance point of view, that was the key strategic input which have done justice to our institution. Then the second one is the exclusion of internal members into convocation structure. I think also that one played a key contribution, because convocation, we said, should play a role of independence. So the view was that if there are internal members in the structure, sometimes those ideas might be conflicted by internal politics. So also on the part of statutory bodies, all structures of the university are actually active and participating in our university affairs. Consultation is made, it was made even on the issues of senior appointments, the review of the VC and the appointment of the new VC. As per the provisions made in the statute, Senate was consulted, IF was also consulted to have a view in that regard. So there is participation as made by the provision in the statute and otherwise. Also in the executive vacancies, we do play a huge role of participating in those, and also in the main sharing some of the equity challenges that the university is experiencing, so that our appointments are targeted in the main in accordance to some of the challenges we have in terms of the equity target. So we can confirm, Chair, as well, that also in executive vacancies there is a structured balance in terms of representation. Then another point is governance breakdown risk. We also do understand that the risk committee for council plays a critical role in this aspect. We are mainly concerned with operational risk. We are also concerned about reputational risk. We are also lastly concerned about social risk as well. So, because we do understand that the university is a social organ with interrelated activities. So we do trust that that committee is playing an overall role so that at most times we don't become reactive into situations, rather we become proactive. Then there's an issue of infrastructure, residences, and learning environment. So this is the issue of massification and vis-a-vis student success. Big part of what was the agenda post-1994 is to give access into institutions of higher learning. But the question that we did not ask ourselves at that point is how ready are we in terms of infrastructure, human capital, financial funding, which I think colleagues from council and also management raised this point sharply. So these points, they do speak to our student success challenges, because at times you'll find that most of the reasons for retention is that students are not funded. And you'll find that most of our protests, they come from the issue of residences, which we do not have money to maintain holistically. So the issue of massification came as a blow, as much as it is a very political correct concept in terms of ideology. But we did not give ourselves enough chance systematically to look into those challenges as they come. The next point, Chair, is around institutional stability and development. We had a concern around 2022 where most of our executive and senior leaders were acting in positions. So I think there was a deliberate effort and an intention to make sure that those vacancies are filled. I think as the Chair and DVC mentioned, those vacancies have been filled, which is a good part of our institutional development. The second part is around consultation. We can regard WSU as a very democratic institution where consultation plays a very critical role, either in policy issues and practices, and also issues that have to do with the student experience as well. So which links me then, Chair, to the next point of rationalization and consolidation. So it was indicated that RNC took 2 years, in which in my view it should have even took more of those 2 years, because when we talk about systematic change for a university that is 20 years from measure and 49 years from existent, it is an acceptable practice to engage through a scholarship of engagement, so that we look in the main into issues of infrastructure holistically, human resource holistically, financial implications as well, so that at the end of the day we've got a change process that is well defined in terms of all these components. But we are glad, Chair, to say as well, we were consulted on this one. We had our view to say all stakeholders of the university must submit reports and also reflect on their views, which was done up until the final process. Then the last one was the change of organogram. In this part, we used to have a divisional model, of which now we've got a unitary model. One of those issues is that we need to centralize decision-making and accountability to top leadership within the university, so that the issues of accountability and responsibility are well defined. There is no issue of role ambiguity, which might have implication to our decision making. We can also admit, Chair, on this one that there are few nuances that are still there. One, the issue I think which was raised to say we have a campus director at Mthatha, but in other campuses there has not been any appointment of that. So you'll observe through that sentiment that there are still structural conclusions that need to be made in that regard. We also identified that part of that component of organogram might be the personnel expenditure that might also have an implication to our finances, which I think the university has took a stance to say academics should be 60 by 2030 and operational staff should be 40. So what is left for the university to do is to articulate the process in which we can then use our support staff to make a transition to the academic space without adding more numbers into our personnel cost. Then the last part is around transformation and equity. We wanted to view a transformation and equity from both student and workers' point of view. And we can confirm that there is a fair representation of personnel in regards to labor and workforce, as we did get an indication on that one. So the standard operating process on that one is that we usually request HR in all university appointments to present the employment equity stats for that particular department, so that if there are issues of redress that needs to be done, they are then attended to. Then the second point is around student equity. So we're also interested, Chair, here on the demographics of students that actually are enrolled within the institution, and at the end, who eventually graduate. So we heard from the DVC that the majority of our students who graduate are actually females. And the question now is, why are males not graduating as expected as the category of females? So those are also issues of our interest, so that equity is dealt with from a transformation point of view. So from a point of social cohesion and conflict management, protests are there, labor disputes are there, but there are spaces, protests are dealt with from student parliament, if they've got to do with students, that dealt with from an SRC point of view, so that there's a structured dialogue and engagement around when students want to protest. So there is an opportunity that is created for students to avoid or to engage in protest. Then labor disputes are dealt with from a collective bargaining point of view, where labor, if they have concerns, they make use of what we call a joint bargaining forum, where labor get to express their concern and their views. And we can, at that point, Chair, indicate that the last time there were serious labor disputes that actually created a deadlock was during, I think, 2018, where labor went to protest. But there were nuances along the way, especially during the change management process, in which there are disputes, but those were necessary disputes, as we said that the scholarship of engagement is always encouraged at WSU. Then governance conflicts are also dealt with. I think our council on that part is also doing a great job to understand that their judicial role is to make sure that there's stability and peace within our campuses and our institution. Thus far, Chair, they have been proactive in that regard in making sure that those things are dealt with. GPV system, student affairs, is creating a framework around that space, mainly to deal with the challenges, as we do understand that those are social issues of our society. So we understand that part of the parts that speak to student success are also issues outside the classroom, which also takes me to the next issue of security as well. So security, we have identified it as a university as a risk issue in the main because of our geographical diaspora. So we have put measures in place. I'm aware that council have requested that there gets to be a security assessment that will speak to the institution as a whole around that fact. So there are proactive measures that are put in place, and all of this, Chair, is for us to have an early detection. As mentioned, we don't want to react, we want to be proactive. So sometimes our wisdom comes from a situation analysis, because we cannot always be infallible, but when a situation happens, we then learn from the situation in order for us to respond either from a practice point of view or a policy point of view. Then on the issue of inclusion is that we need to include more people living with disability. So this part will be then, because we said we don't want to just raise points because they sound academically correct. It must be accompanied by knowledge-based scientific evidence. So we want to pursue here a view to say there must be accessibility audits. Can our people living with disability make use of our classroom setups? Are they able to access those? And even in terms of residences, do our students have adequate residences for people with, living with disability? So those are also concerns, I think, that are currently a work in progress for the university. On the issue of student funding, well-being and access, I think the deliberations around NSFAS have been raised. Administration, appeal processes, funding that usually delay our student funding. Then two, student debt, the DVC raised this point. You sometimes find that students can no longer register moving forward because of their historical debt. They cannot further their studies for postgraduate studies because of that particular student debt. So this is the greatest challenge, and the university having to sit at 1.4 billion, it raises a very alarming fact about our system just holistically.
I'm giving you 4 minutes. You have 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Student hunger, it's also a social impact issue. The SRC is trying to deal with this issue, but we want still to navigate a point where we say it should not be an event, it should be a culture. How do we deal with students having to be hungry when they attend classes and when they are expected to excel? Mental health issues, the demands are greater and they are higher. The issue is, do we have the capacity as the university to deal with these mental issues as they present themselves? So on regards to transformation structures and policies, there are committees and there are policies in which request us to comply, and they are implemented. Yes, at times we need to question the issue of efficacy and efficiency around how these policies are implemented. Then on the issue of institutional moral, trust levels, trust is a process, Chair. We will not lie and say all is good and well. We are in the process of learning to trust each other as stakeholders. Also on the part of communication, trust mainly is created by explicit, transparent communication, which we are also trying to speak into that part. Then the last part is around strategic direction. Do we all understand where we should go, how we should go, and how we get to that point? Then that is the role of IF as defined by the Act. I think we all know that part. Then the current composition is that we've got 2 council representatives in IF, 2 Senate reps, 2 EMC reps, 1 Equity Employment Committee rep, 2 non-academics, 2 academics, 2 convocation, and 4 labor representatives and 2 ISRC representatives. So as mentioned, Chair, that is the most engaged structure in terms of dialogue and discussions within the institution project. So the recommendations for the university to take forward is project packaging. So with this one, Chair, we are saying, let us adopt the best practices, not benchmark the best concept. But where we see that there are best practices within our sector, let's adopt that as a practice for our university, so that we actually don't want to change what is working out there. So it's a recommendation that the university can take forward. We do have ambitions, for example, to have a business enterprise. We can look which university actually does that best and adopt that particular practice. Then point number 2, it will speak to that multifaceted mission point. How do we align strategy with culture? So what we need is an integrated leadership infrastructure where our strategy can be aligned to culture, so that our targets are then met from a strategic point of view and also from a practice point of view. Point number 3 is the democratization of system, to have enough agility in our governance. This point, Chair, mainly is raised from, you'll find that there's a research policy that says academics must go to international conferences only 2 times a year. But you find that there is now this evolving research culture within WSU where people even want to present 5 papers internationally. So we must have the agility to deal with the current context. If the culture has changed and is evolving, we must be able to be agile enough to twist and turn some of our governance processes in the main if they speak to our development as the institution. Then point number 4 is the use of accessible language. Restoration of identity. Walter Sisulu University is a community university, and part of why we had resistance, firstly, when there was an issue of change management, sometimes it can be language, because linguistic actually play a critical part in how people interpret and see things. So if we use a language that is easily understood and accessible, we can have the moral support from our communities, from government, from partnerships, so that at the end of the day, the university is able to thrive. Then the next point is human resource infrastructure. So we're saying on this one, let's focus more on skills development. We've got talent, we've got people, but we need to invest and capacitate these people so that at the end of the day, these people are fit for purpose. Structures, strategies are there. So what we need to invest intensively on is skills development. Then strategic partnership in innovation. The university have an ambition, Chair. of being a globally intellectual university. So for us to reach that point, we need to understand that yes, we are centered around a rural background, but we are not a rural university. So our partnerships should be in line with all the global big players around the world that will then give us that opportunity to collaborate. Then the second of last point is monitoring and evaluation. Fortunately, we are in the 5th year of strategy. So ours now is to evaluate our strategy. Are we doing what we said we want to do? Where are we? Which areas of improvement can be done? So that at the end of the day, we are able to review our strategy when there's a need and in accordance to the current context requirements. Then my last point, Chair, as I finish, transformative drive. You'll find that council understand what it wants to do. Management understand what it wants to do. Labor might not understand what the university wants to achieve. And that is not caused by ignorance, Chair. It's only caused by the stakeholder engagement component, where not everyone is holistically brought in, and that is done by structural differences. You'll find that labor has 4 years into leadership, SRC has 1 year. So every time a new SRC comes, it has its own interest that are outside the interest of the university. So the stakeholder engagement, it needs to be a transformative drive so that leaders within different structures are then shared along and integrated into the bigger picture of the university. I think with that aspect, we can all move towards the same direction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. IF, Labour. I saw you coming early, it means you did not disagree much.
Connected.
So I'll give you 20 minutes just in case you want to share. I see you said you are the chair, the secretary. I see the secretary of APSA is coming, so it means you want to share the time. So I'm going to give you 20 minutes, you share equally. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, you've already listened to our philosopher. These two are going straight to the point.
Hey, Chair, you must protect us. You can see what is happening. Chair, I'll also request that after the State of the Nation address by the President, I'll request EAF and the ANC combine their presentation when they want to engage on a report. On a lighter note, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and greetings to members of the Parliament, the delegation from WSU. As indicated, I must call myself an honorable Ngizela because I'm in Parliament, representing Nehau. My presentation, Chair, is not going to be long. Sorry. Firstly, I will summarize the first slides on the historical context, workers' challenge, recommendations for the future, as guided by this Parliament. Chair, I must say that as Nehau, we've been critical on many issues that have been raised or that have been happening, particularly the strategic direction of the institution. It's only because we have been around long enough to understand and know some of the things. One, Chair, the context. Oh, okay. Yes. The context, Chair, that I want to come up with is not going to be long, but it's based on the 4 points in the main, which has been alluded by the speakers. One is the financial context of the institution. maybe I must just get into it. Chair, you will understand that when even the department indicated that Walter Sisulu is as a result of 3 institutions that merged from the UNITRA and the technicals, which means talking about the academic programs and the vocational programs. One fundamental issue, Chair, was the financing of the project of merger, which in submission, the institution submitted about 1.4 billion as a budget. But for some reason, the institution was given 400 million over a period of 3 years. That's number one that you need to take into consideration. Number two, which is a fundamental issue, was the issue of the program offerings, because you are from the vocational side and the academic side. It means you need to have a PQM that is viable programs that at least are revenue generating and responding to the socio-economic needs as indicated clearly. I think that's number two that you needed to inform your decisions moving forward. The third one is the issue of the governance model, or one management model, where you are proposing to move away from a divisional model to a unitary model at the time. I think the last one, Chair, will speak on the issue of the HR model, which talk broadly on even the staff profile and how you plan to move forward the whole process. I'm giving this context, Chair, because after almost 17 years, after 2005, going back to the issue of the administrator in 2011, moving forward, the institution proposed again that actually we must go back into what we defined at the time as the strategic direction in terms of the institutional direction, of which in principle the House supported that, to say this is aligned with the Higher Education Policies and Act to move in that direction. And we fundamentally said, we cannot therefore be ignorant of the issues that were bottleneck at the time, which led us to go to administration and other things. Those things were the issues that I just mentioned, the finances, the HR model, aligning the issue of a framework. Hence, NEHAW was, to a certain extent, views as an organization who is anti-transformational, and of which was not the case, because in principle, when you support a strategy, but the implementation part, that's where we got differ, how you are going to do that and achieve that. That is the context and the background, Chair, that I wanted to highlight, so that we can go straight to challenges faced by the workers, giving, of course, this is a what we call rationalization of the institution. Then the challenges are going to speak, then what is happening currently. Currently, Chair, I was saying the instability is partially linked to the historical governance weaknesses, which I just spoke about, because we needed at least a clear transition plan from the divisional model to the unitary model. Amongst other things, Chairs, that we've highlighted is that these institutions are institutions that before they've merged were battling with its own challenges. So you cannot just drastically get out of this model and jump to this one and you find a synergy in terms of seamless operations. You need at least to have a transitional plan. I might say, Chair, that some of the problems that we're encountering now are the results of that. As a result, the proactive council, when they identified that some of the issues that the organization, which is now raised, they responded. Currently, the department was reporting that in the report that there was also an agent employment of campus director, which was one of the issues that we raised fundamental when the process was about to happen, to say the operational side, you need to look at it, because when you're going to put all the work to the executive deans, which are mainly concerned with the academic project, you are going to have a problem. Hence, I'm explaining that the issue of a unitary model governance, which presents challenges, which need to adopt the complex problems of WSU, so that you will know where you are going, even in the future. You won't find yourself to subject to administration again. Chair, one of the challenges that we also face is a lack of promotion pathways for support staff in particular, because universities are made of the academic and the support staff. Yes, there are initiatives in terms of the academic, even though it's not fully utilized and academics are fairly promoted, but there is a policy, but on the support side, there is still a battle to have such so that workers can have a chance to be promoted fairly. The issue of poor infrastructure, it came very strongly, particularly after the RNC. I will just make an example of particular campuses. If you go to Butterworth, you will you will find that there are still lecturers who stays in what you call cubicles, partitioned offices, where the lecturers are supposed to be in a comfortable space, do research, consult with students, do work. So those were the glaring challenges that are still there even after this process. Hence I said this is a good initiative, but it needs to be taken out in phases and understand the challenges that we are facing. You go to Komani campus, you will find that there is still a bucket system that is being used there in that campus, which is a problem. When you go to that campus, you can't say that it's a university campus in terms of the infrastructure development. I said, initially when I was giving context, that we were critical because when the management came with this idea of how to implement the strategy of the university, they brought strange things, if I may say. Because they also suggested that the common campus must be closed down. We were not apologetic about that. We rejected that as an organization. We said it means it defeats the purpose of existence of the institution. We cannot be in a space. And there were suggestions that some programs must be taken, such as law must be taken out of Mtata to East London with whatever justification that we did not understand. And we also opposed to such because we understand the impact these programs they have into their towns which they exist on. The issue of engineering in Butterworth, we said it can exist both in Butterworth and East London. It does not need to be taken. So I'm saying those were the things that we had to outright disagree, even though we have put the fundamental issues that we as NEHAU, we feel very strong that must be taken. Also, we've noticed that the glaring limited academic freedom, particularly with statutory bodies, it has been an indication because some of the decision, you find that senators, they also question when they're happening. For instance, there's a decision that maybe even it's policy related to say academics must go and invigilate as a policy requires. Then they said it has never been engaged and entirely to the Senate and approved so that it can be understood and implemented. So we said those decisions were just imposed to say this is what must happen. Also, Chair, we've noted the issue of a few upskilling opportunities for staff. As I've indicated, the issue of lack of policy which addresses that. Chair, the issue of lack of qualified academic staff. Of course, we're in an academic institution coming from the history of the merger of these programs. We need at least a strong academic profile so that we can meet the requirements that have been indicated in terms of qualification oriented programs or work-oriented programs. Chair, there's also a challenge of delays in addressing collective bargaining outcomes, which is caused by the communication breakdown between labor and the management, of which we have raised it a number of times. There's also a need for large classes, Chair, because after the RNC, for instance, it was agreed that the home of education is Koman. And in Koman, we have a very limited infrastructure and you've got a number of students which actually get in there. So you need to be deliberate on that. Chair, please indicate when I'm left with 3 minutes of form so that we're going to the recommendations.
You have finished your 10 minutes. You are on 11 minutes.
Let me, Chair.
So there will be no 3 minutes.
All right. All right. Chair, let me go to these recommendations. Chair, this is the slide that I want, at least when I got out of this platform, I've shared based on the historical accounts that I've given. The unclear funding model, innovation and maintenance, which the Chair spoke about, Chair, we need the Parliament to look in that. Simply because it has been explained that the HDIs, they are disadvantaged in terms of funding model. That will rescue some of the problems that we are faced with. The student unrest, Chair, it also calls for the close monitoring of the department to the institution, because some of them are a lack of capacity which need to be addressed at length. The issue of infrastructure, Chair, need to be a deliberate effort, and the funding must be injected to such effect. Review and increasing baseline funding for comprehensive university with rural mandates. I think that's a right way of putting it. Establish a dedicated post-merger recovery grant to address historical imbalances, so that we can be able to invest the funding for what purposes, so that it can assist. Strengthen the hand also governance, oversight and accountability frameworks, as I indicated. The two last ones I want to touch on. Support academic renewal and procurement optimization for sustainability, which speaks on the two, that is the programs from our university side and the vocational side, so that you will have programs that are revenue generated. Of course, facilitate the inclusive stakeholder forums to restore stability and trust, Chair. And one last part that I want to share. Yes, indeed, Chair, I can confirm here that WUSU is amongst the institutions that is democratically run. I agree with the council to that. Even though some of the things that would want as labor to be taken in either way, they, of course, apply their own wisdom. But otherwise, indeed, there is a freedom we can express ourselves.
Good morning once again to everyone. I'll be presenting on just the overview of governance, also touch on administration, and also touch on the successes that we've had from the Executive Management Committee. Where am I not? Okay, now I'll just read from the, okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. The composition of the Executive Management Committee, it's comprised of the Vice Chancellor, and it's in fact comprised of the DVCs as well. But what the workers have stressed there is that there are key stakeholders within the institution and within the executives that are not present in the executive committees. For example, you've got the Dean of Students. The Dean of Students does not form part of the Executive Management Committee, but is the one person that is directly dealing with the students. And we know that most of our problems as an institution arise from the student protests. And also the executive deans are not part of the Executive Management Committee, but these are the stakeholders that are directly involved with the day-to-day running of the academic activities and also the academic faculties. Also, the impact of RNC on the impact of RNC. RNC has indeed created a vacuum whereby you find that in terms of operations, we find ourselves wanting. When there is any disturbances in the campuses, we are not sure who to ask what the next move is. So we then have to, as labor, decide for ourselves what the next step is. There is no proper coordination in terms of operations. So in that place, we've got a huge vacuum, and most of our disagreements and our strikes, they arise from that vacuum that is created there. And the concerns of workers when it comes to the EMC is that there is a strong perception that the workers wanted to highlight that there is council overreach in terms of management decisions. For example, this council is supposed to sit once per quarter, but in WSU just this year, they've said more than 10 times. So there is a perception that there's a strong overreach in terms of council involvement in executive management. And there needs to be a clear indication on what are the roles of this structure, what have the roles on this structure, and there must not be an overlap in the roles of the different structures.
Just explain the impact of RNC. What is that RNC?
It's the rationalization and consolidation. So in the rationalization and consolidation, we've got the executive deans that run the faculties. But in terms of operations and when there's disturbances, then we do not know who to report to as labor unions. We find ourselves having to meet and decide whether we are coming to work if there's disruptions or not. There is no direct line on who is going to assist us in terms of any disruptions within the campus. And also with the Senate, after the RNC, there has been a reconfiguration of the new composition of a Senate. And within the Senate, there sits the HODs, the associate professors, the professors, and also the executive from the support services. But the concerns from the HODs is their nature of their appointment. Their nature of appointment does not give them liberty to be able to make decisions independently. Their nature of the appointment is threatened to finding themselves having to align with decisions when they do not agree with decisions because their job might be somehow threatened at the renewal of their contracts. So we need to address the concerns that the HODs, because they feel like they cannot speak freely within the Senate and they cannot make contributions within the Senate because they are in fear if their contracts will be renewed or not. And also the concerns from the Senate members is that the Senate members feel that the council interferes with the decisions made by Senate. The Senate is supposed to advise the council in terms of what the decisions should be, what decisions should be made. But in terms of a consultation process, there is no consultation process, or probably there's no understanding of what a consultation process should be. Because in what is made to look like a consultation process is actually you being told what is going to happen without giving an opportunity to actually have a bite of the consultation in itself and have contributions within the key decisions that have been made. So that also covers the consultation process matters, and if there are contributions made by the Senate to the Council, and they differ in terms of contributions, there is no other platform to discuss or make engagements in terms of the contributions made by Senate. So that is also a very key thing that was submitted by our workers who sit in the Senate. And also one of the things that the workers had stressed strongly was the term of office in the statute. Now, the question that I was asked to present to the portfolio committee is that, are you allowed to extend a term for yourself? As we're sitting here today, is our President Cyril Ramaphosa allowed to change the constitution and extend the term for himself? So the statute now has been changed and the council is sitting extending the term for itself. So the workers are very concerned in terms of that action that was done by the council. There were submissions that were made by Labour and also other stakeholders strongly opposing this action that was taken. But like I have been saying, in terms of submissions that have been made, there is no platform to debate the submissions, what submissions will be taken into considerations, what submissions will not be taken into consideration. And also in terms of our statute does promote democracy. But as we are sitting here, we have challenges in terms of how we elect the people that are sitting in these structures. Because even as we sit now, there has been complaints that have been going through to the governance office in terms of how elections have been run in our institution. And there are reports to say that the system that we use for elections is prone and is sensitive to manipulation. So there is a possibility that the system might be manipulated, but we have not had any change in the system that we use for elections. So at this point in time, we might be sitting with structures that have illegitimate people that are elected in the structures. And we had to, as Labour, try and to calm down the work because the workers wanted to take this to the gate. But we have then opted to take this in the legal route. So there has been submissions that is made to challenge the system that is used to vote. And in terms of governance, labor, the workers, they have not pleased us all with the way that we are making decisions now. It is like we are a university of commissions, whereby when decisions need to be made, we instead opt up for commissions. We are a very financially fragile university. When it comes to workers' increment, we have to fight tooth and nail. We almost had a protest this year because workers were not going to be given a chance to have their fair increment. So when it's things that have to go with governance and decisions, where decisions need to make, we spend money, big monies on commission instead of having proper governance. So now we as labor and the workers that are there every day, we watch this money being spent on things that can be spent on other things. And when we are asking for things, there is no ear for us to be able to get what we deserve. And also, there is also a very strong perception that even though there are multiple skills that are in the council currently, but there's very, very, very minimum experience in higher education. They do not have adequate experience in higher education, even though they come from the different backgrounds. And in terms of operations, I have highlighted the gaps that have been identified in administration. In terms of academic administration, we are doing fairly well, but there can be room for improvement. But we also need to pay attention to administration personnel, because the administration personnel need to be strengthened so that the overall administration of the university is actually strengthened as well. And when we went through RNC, there were policies that we also need to sit and look at HR reforms. For example, the fight that we have to fight each and every month is what we perceive as manipulation of stats and membership within our unions. In our unions, each member every single month will tell us that they've been taken out of our membership system. They are no longer a member of the union. And when you want to follow up who removed their membership, then there's no one to hold accountable. We have written so many emails, our members come, but we've even made submissions that we at least need to have a view system whereby we can be able to view and see when members are exiting and who is responsible for manipulating the membership statistics of the university.
I gave him 2 extra minutes. I'm also giving you 2.
Okay, so, sorry. Okay, and also one of the things that needs to be also looked at is how HR is a support service to the academic faculties. But in terms of our policy, we need to review so that HR is actually a support system, not the main role player. And actually line managers are given their rights in terms of HR. Finance and Procurement Committee. In WSU, we have a procurement committee that sits for bids, and it seems like a permanent committee that sits for bids. We have not had a change of procurement committees for the past 5 years. This is a huge risk for the university. And we know that most of the problems that we are having here have been said to lie around procurement. So we need to be able to have a committee that will change and de-risk the committee that sits there. So let me also move to the teaching and learning. Tools of trade are an issue at WSU. There are people that have been employed 2 years ago, but only got laptops 2 months ago. Also, teaching and learning disruptions that happen. When there's teaching and learning disruptions, it affects the wellness of the workers. The workers are not paid overtime when there's a teaching and learning disruptions, and they're expected to work over extra hours, have catch-up lessons, but they are not compensated at all. The successes that have come with RNC, we've had a very good research culture after RNC. We've had appointments of executive deans which have brought integrity into our academic programs, and our Senate has been strengthened by the appointment of our DVCs, and they have strengthened the committees. Teaching and learning infrastructures have been put into place, and we know of programs that support teaching and learning. Challenges is the electoral of structural bodies, like I've mentioned. Infrastructure, I need to stress the Komani issue. Because it does not do justice if you just say Komani is a bucket system. It is their reality of every day. Every day when they need to use the toilet, they need to go through the whole process of having to go and fetch water. We have been crying about this. We have written to management, we have written to council, we have made statements, but nothing has been communicated. Even management itself does not go to Komani because of the condition of Komani. But we've got workers that every day are subjected to those conditions. So we want our colleagues in Komani to be treated with dignity. Water is a basic right, and they should not be having to fight for water. Job grading as well is one of the issues that we are looking at, challenges that we have at WSU. We have workers that are underpaid for the work that they're doing. Also, insourcing as one. And the last thing that we wanted to put into the portfolio committee is fear. There is fear among the workers of WSU. And the portfolio committee is asking us to come here and tell the truth about the state of the WSU and the perception of workers. But we live in fear. And I want to ask the portfolio committee, how do you protect us? Because now we are going to be victimized for speaking the truth that you have asked us to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. SRC. I see, President, you are looking at your president there, so don't worry. He's not going to victimize you. What is this now? No, I think we've seen the presentation. We're fine now.
Thank you very much, Chair. And of course, greetings to everyone present in this session today. As I've introduced myself, my name is Mvelo Abenda, the ISRC president from WSU. So we'll be speaking shortly on the questions that were asked by the portfolio committee to come and put our perspective on. So the WSU student governance is composed of a 42-member SRC, in which 7 are the institutional SRC, where there is president, and the other 35 campus SRCs are led by campus premiers. And that student governance is supported by the student parliament, which serves as an advisory body to the SRC and the ISRC. Then also there are governance structures which are broadly represented by political student organization, the developmental structures, the academic societies, religious councils, the residence councils, the sports and cultural councils. Then we have analyzed the status quo dating back from 2022, and I must register it today that for this year of 2025, I'm surprised that NSFAS does have managers of student accommodation, because we have never seen them throughout the year, and we have had one of the most difficult years in terms of dealing with student accommodation since they took over that process. So I'm surprised to see them only in Parliament today. They've never been in anywhere. We've made several attempts in writing to them. in NSFAS writing emails to about Monet and everything, but they never showed up on the ground where they are needed the most. So it's just a plea to even themselves that as well going forward, can they avail themselves on the ground, not on these tables where we sit and wear suits. Then in our status quo and our perspective as students, most of our student unrest have been informed by the incompetency or the sabotages that we got from NSFAS through the direct payments on the year of 2022 to 2023. Then absolutely they implemented this thing of taking over the autopilot project or the accommodation project for the year 2024 and 2025, where they've just made the state of our university to be chaotic, because really there was no center that was holding around the question of accommodation. So as we have seen from other presentations that WUSU is dependent on largely and strongly on the off-campus accommodation, that's where NSFAS is administering those residences, and we have had issues of buildings that were accredited whilst they didn't have even roofs, but they were accredited and given statuses that they are grade A or grade B. They are well suited enough to accommodate the WSU students. So we move to the side of the implementation of G7, which is an academic exclusion rule that has been problematic for the university. And one of the reasons that it's a problematic rule, it's not that we are complaining that students do not want to be excluded if they are not performing academically, but we are simply asking for the university to stick to its processes as outlined in the prospectus. Because we have had now HODs that are instructed by the university, and I will say maybe the register, to exclude students, but they do not have capacity to do that. And year in and year out, we have been fighting about that issue. And even now, as we are going to receive the results of the year-end examination, we are still going to even fight about it. That it can be HODs and the lecturers that are just given a status to exclude students, whilst the prospectus of the university allows this process in that G7 rule to be taken to Senate. The Senate look and examine all those results, and then it identify the students that are to be excluded, and then it exclude those students. But in our implementation as a university, when it comes to this policy, we just see people, or HODs and the deans excluding students, which is really in the past has been agitating students the most when we are in that period of registration. So I will move, Chair, and speak largely and strongly on the accommodation crisis that we are frustrated about as the student of WSU, because most of our students are residing in off-campus accommodation. So, as I've said, that they are dependent on the services that for this year have been provided by NSFAS. Firstly, in the system that NSFAS brought for this year, in WUSU there's a room allocation policy that says if you are a final year student and also a post-grad student, you are supposed to stay in a single room. But what we have seen this year, because first-year students were cleared initially to register and also allowed to come back on the university premises earlier than the returning students, we find ourselves dealing with an issue of having majority of first-year students being allocated or accommodated in single rooms. And it caused a lot of strain for us as the SRC to go and convince students that, no, you must move out of this room, and allow the post-grad or the advanced diploma student to allocate. So we're literally doing allocation by ourselves as the SRC, whilst there is a system that is said to exist through professional IT by NSFAS. So we then experienced the most severe part of the challenges that were there in this thing, of the residences that were dilapidated and some that were under construction, but they were accredited by NSFAS and professional IT. and other people who are responsible for that to be residences that are in a good state to accommodate our student. And we've heard protests about that, whilst the university had minimal influence or say on this matter, they've availed themselves to attend to most of our issues. So it then comes to even to the side of the on-campus student accommodation that is housing at least 4,000 students, if I'm just speaking roughly in terms of numbers, in PCC, in Ibika, and in TAT. The state of those residences, Chair, is not conducive for themselves to be called the residences, because the things that the university is saying the off-campus student accommodation must have for them to house students of whose the on-campus accommodation do not have those things. They don't have any strategy in terms of maintaining those residences. As the chair of the council have said it, we have been complaining throughout the year about broken windows in the residences of the university. So it will take time. There will be a process of procurement for a person who must come and fix a lecture, which is a door lock, or the window that is broken. And ultimately, it can stay for even a year without being resolved. So that's the state of the conditions that our students are subjected to live under on the on-campus student accommodation. And also in Parawet, there's just no appliances. Students are forced to buy those 2 burner stoves and buy those bar fridges by themselves for them to have appliances in Ibika. Then I think even in Mthatha, there is a residence that is there at the back. I don't know, maybe it's called Slimel or something, where we had even a case of a student that got bent in that residence because there are no appliances, and we as students are responsible to buy those appliances ourselves. So there was fire that bent a student whilst he was still in that room, and he died. So I'm just raising these things, Chair, because we're not going to strongly highlight NSFAS as an issue in terms of accommodation and leave university, because even itself, it fails to maintain the legal student accommodation that it has. And if it maintains it, it will be maintained just in a year and will start reporting leakages and off geysers and roofs within the same period that it was renovated. So we're just having challenges when it comes to accommodation in WSU, but I will pass so that I do not spend much time in them. Maybe the secretary will assist. Then when it comes to the beginning of the year or the registration, we are always having difficulties with the funding delays from NSFAS and the bursaries, because the university at times would delay sending the academic results of those students to these funders. And then the funders later on will claim that no, they didn't receive the academic results of the students, so they didn't process them. So we spend much of our time fighting with the university to say it must have its internal system in terms of checking which student can be eligible to be funded by NSFAS and clear those students to register. So it's a battle that we are going to even face for next year. At least this year, they were able to listen to us when we made such recommendations, and we had a smooth registration whilst they were still waiting for the confirmation of funded students from NSFAS. So they allowed the conduing student to register with the assessment of saying if a student has about 60% or 100% of their modules passed and they are still within the funding brackets of NSFAS in terms of the number of years that they've stayed in the system, and also their parents are under the minimum wage of 350, then they put a status of provisional funded to those students and clear them to register. And we're hoping that the university could maintain that so that it doesn't cause stress or panic to students when they are commencing the registration of 2026. So another phenomenon which is an issue, Chair, and even now, it's the issue of quota full in our university. So the university, when it admits the prospective students, it just admits everyone. And then it say the people who are to be registered, they are to register on a first come and first served basis. And knowing the type of people or students that the university gets to attract, it attracts largely the first generation students who are coming from the previously disadvantaged families. We've had instances of Abu Makulu, they would go and borrow money to pay registration fee in Usu, because if they do not pay that money on the immediate, their student or their grandchild will see their statuses for registration being quota full and their space not being there. And we have analyzed it that the university is making a lot of money on this thing, because when it gets to pay back this money, I think we are still forcing them, even this year, to pay back the students' money that they generated from this thing from 2023. So they were still trying to circle the students of 2023, and they are still going to come and refund these ones of 2023. But the issue around this quota full, we've been suggesting that the university must have a plan. Be it they prioritize the students that have good results in their applications, or the ones that have made the applications early or anything, and then provisionally admit them. If they do not register on time, they notify those students that their space will be given to others, then they subsequently do that. But for now, it's just a holistical thing. Even if we would know that engineering takes only 50 students, but we'll know that the university will admit plus minus 500 students, then we have that crisis of so many prospective students who would have paid money, but their spaces would be taken by those who registered under the first come and first served basis. So it's an issue that we are pleading with the university to at least put away and implement a new system, or even an old system that they had, because this thing of quota full, it started about 2023, it was not there. We had smooth registration of prospective students without this phenomenal issue of quota full. So we have had the issue of the historical debt of the university, in which the university believed that if they withheld the certificates of students who have graduated from the university, at least it will help them to reduce the 1 billion debt that they have now. But it has been proven that it's illogical. The debt continues to skyrocket whilst they are still having a lot of certificates in their offices. And we have deemed this issue as one of the issues that are giving an input in terms of the unemployment rate of the graduates that are graduating from MUSU and generally the people of Eastern Cape. Because people now get to study and graduate and they go and apply for jobs without any evidence that indeed they are qualified to do or work in this field that they are saying they are qualified to work on. So the university decided to continue with that matter of withholding certificates, and they introduced a new one in 2024 of withholding the students' academic results and transcript. If you are owing or you are defunded by NSFAS or you are not funded, in WUSU you won't see the type of performance that you are putting on your academics. You won't be able to know whether you have passed the module or you have failed the module. You are relying on them just to say, no, you must register, and you'll see on their system that it shows you can take the modules that are for the next level and you'll just register them without you being aware how did you do on the previous modules. So we fought with them over this thing that they must desist from doing this, because it's causing a lot of stress to our students. And we believe that it's one of the contributing factors to the dropout rate of our students, because even myself, I won't be motivated to study if I'm not going to see even the results that I'm studying for. So the impact of this withheld results together with this withheld certificate thing or decision of the university, it has held many of our students to have missed the opportunities in terms of their workplaces and to not even progress to further their studies in other institutions because they can't really produce the qualifications that they've attained from WSU. So it's really an issue that we are begging if there's anything that can be done to force the university to consider around these issues because they do not have any tangible explanation why they are doing these things. And we are continuously telling them that we are selling students an education and they pay for it. And in the midst of them being unable to pay, you then decide after that they graduated that they're not going to give them their certificates. But there seems to be no attention that is given positively to that as these things are continuing to exist within our institution. So we move to the non-payment of the refunding that were excess of the bursary payments or the changes that came from the bursary that were funding bursary students. The university has a culture of having debt collectors that are reading the students who are alumni of the university but who had debts with it. They are being located everywhere with the cell phone calls or SMSs for them to pay that man. But they are double standard when it comes to the university to refund the students who are having an excess in terms of their fees or the money that were paid by bursaries. And bursaries have confirmed that the money can be given to a student because the bursary paid according to the code that it was given to the university. But then if the university makes an adjustment and say this thing now is no longer that price and it's that money, so that the amount is due to the student. But we've been having difficulties in terms of having CFO and everyone paying back those money to students. And we are saying it's staggered because when those students are owing the university, they are proactive in terms of locating them everywhere. They're sending them to debt collectors and even increasing their debt, by the way. They got SMSs that if you do not pay your debt by this time, your debt will accumulate, I think, by 10% or something. So part of that 1.4 billion something of the historical debt, there's also this amount of money that they continuously add because people are not paying. And it's just illogical because if they don't have any money to pay or they were unable to pay whilst they were students, they can't pay if they are outside the system and they are not working. So we took some time, Chair, to reflect on the tenure of the outgoing Vice-Chancellor, Professor Songa. And we saw there, noted the significant academic restructuring of the university and the infrastructural development that happened within our university, and I would say in 3 campuses. And also it had some governance issues or weaknesses since when the university was implementing RNC and forming this unitary model of having a university. It left campuses with no campus rectors or campus directors and managers everywhere, like across the 4 campuses. They were just there to take decisions, and there was no center of accounting for other staff members, and they can't reach the entire staff membership that they have at the level of the 4 people that they are at the executive. So they needed the campus directors that they only prioritize Mthatha to have now. So they needed that thing, I think, across all 4 campuses.
I'm just giving you extra 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll try to
So
be...
you have finished your time.
Sure, I'll try to be quick, Chair.
Okay.
So we've seen, Chair, under the term of VC, the implementation of the rationalization and consolidation that I think we're all speaking about, which is a successful amalgamation of the former what you call Transkei Technikon and the Border Technikon, and also the University of Transkei. And I wouldn't spend much time in terms of dwelling on this thing because it was even explained by the previous speakers. But we've seen new buildings that were built in Ibika and in Mthatha and also in Postem through this RNC thing. And also there have been an alignment in terms of the programs that are offered by the university through it being accredited by CHE and also the accrediting bodies. So there have been a lot that we got from this RNC thing that the VC implemented. And some of the governance risk and reputational concerns, Chair, we saw them that they are coming from the outsourcing of services that the WSU does in its tender. So I think almost everything there at WSU is outsourced. If you need a person to buy water for a meeting of council, that would go to a tendership process and bring in a lot of people to be curious in terms of the operations of WSU. But there have been allegations and instability within the university now because of the outsourced services that are security and cleaning and the gardening and also transport services. And we are trying to pursue the university as much as we will sit in council and get an explanation that the university does not have capacity to insource these services. But at least we are saying there should be an attempt to minimize the risk that these issues are bringing to the reputation of the university. Because even now, if you would search about WSU, you will be surfacing to bad news about security tenders and everything, with little of the good work that has been done within the institution. So we're saying, can there be attention that will be paid there? And I think we've spoken to a phased out, outsourced program whereby they will have to implement an insourcing of these services that we were speaking about. So we've seen, Chair, that this thing of tenders in WSU, it does have a lot of network, and it will go to an extent that it will reach even staff members and students. Because we have seen this year, amongst other things, that the company was shooting students in TAT. Even student had a voice around it that it must go and everything. Even before those instances of it shooting students happened. So the instability within the institution is severely caused by these outsourced services, which are as a result of, I think, the university not having capacity to do these things by themselves. Then, Chair, we're having an issue of the university again reducing the staff or the personnel, the number of security guards that are within our campuses, and that reduces the security of our campuses. We've had instances of gunshots in Potsdam of security who were fired by people who were going there to steal the cables of Transnet. So we're having minimal capacity to secure our campuses, but the university does still see a need to say that the security guards that are outsourced, they must be reduced. They are too many if they believe so, but we believe that they are far lesser than what we believe could make the university to be safe. And also, there's just no fencing that exists in our campuses. If I would put it blankly, kubiwe nje ubuso. They just covered the face for people to say that no, the university is fenced. But if you'd go back and check Goma NMD, you would see that there's no fencing around the areas of Southernwood and Southridge. So Amapara could just access the university through it not being fenced. And even in Ibika, even in Ibika, there's an initiation school that exists within the campus and a farm there. So we're having a crisis of the university not being secure or not being isolated from the public. And we are asking for the university to at least attend to these things because they bring security risk, and most of the crime that happen in our campuses, they are the result of people who are not traceable, but they are just entering or having access within the campus. So I've spoken on this one of the university retrenching or reducing the number of securities that exist in our campuses and the risk that it has. And the failures of the outsourced services that we're speaking to, of security guards, of cleaners that do not have the cleaning equipment with them because of being exploited by the companies that are bringing them on our campuses. And also the outsourced of the transportation service, which brings in the taxi industry to the campuses of Mtata and Ibika. And those people, if they are not paid by NSFAS, they will just decide to go with guns and stand with guns at the gate of our campuses. And literally the management would run away because they can't do anything. And in instances, we would have to go there as SRC to beg them that, no, can we allow students to start and everything. So we're having an issue there. I don't know, it just needs a structure because they are having serious concerns with themselves that they can't be just a person that would come and operate in their routes. So they need to operate as the taxis that are there. But they must at least have a structure. If they're having complaints, they must know that there are complaints, they are raised through this approach. And we're asking the university to attend to that because it causes our students to panic most of the time when those guys are doing those things of going with guns in our campuses. Then I'm not going to dwell much on this one of the passing of a student because I think it's most of what everyone is speaking about of the campus safety and everything. But I would just give a background on it that it is a result of the staff politics that are even descending towards the arena of students. Because for these students to pass on, we had an EMC that attended the student issues that we raised as the SRC. And when they were implemented, we saw in Mtata, particularly the campus alone, implementing a policy of saying visitors are not allowed within the university. So that's what mobilized the student the most because some of the student issues were attended, but when the university prioritized an issue of bringing an outdated policy, because that policy, I think it was introduced during the times of COVID-19. So they decided to bring that policy and it agitated students to lead to that process that led to the death of students. But of course, we're not happy even with how the university handled the matter in terms of writing letters to say they are standing with the people who shot the student and everything. And to took time in terms of taking the public into a comfortable position of saying the staff has been suspended or the university is attending to this matter. But I just wanted to highlight the politics of staff that were happening at the time when the student got shot. So these are the summary issues of where we're speaking on in terms of the achievement that we have seen throughout the tenure of the current vice chancellors and the issues that we have, which I think we have spoken largely on them, and also the institutional credibility that is undermined across students and staff and external orders. So I think in terms of recommendations, Chair, maybe the portfolio committee will have to go through in those recommendations that we said in our presentation, but to speak largely on infrastructure development.
Thank you very much, President.
Okay, thanks.
We still have NSFAS to respond.
Oh, now I was saying I can give my time to the SRC president.
No.
Of
NSFAS, there's a number of issues raised by students, raised by the institution. Please respond to us before we give to members.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, WUSU executives and the SRC. Maybe to start with, let me start with the comment that was made by the chairperson of WUSU Council regarding NSFAS bypassing universities.
Maybe end with it when he's back.
Oh,
He
okay.
just walked to the boat.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Chair. Let me, then I will move over to the other issues. There was an issue regarding advanced diplomas, funding of advanced diplomas that was raised. We have noted that it's something that we will also be taking back as NSFAS. However, I want to suggest that maybe also WUSU, since we do consultation with all the structures, that is the CFO structure, the financial aid officers structure, and then the leadership, the SRC through SAUS. It's something that can then be recommended through such structures, considering that institutions are given opportunity to provide their input when it comes to the funding policy. But then, not to say we are not going to take it back, we will be taking it back to the NSFAS management. The second issue, Chair, is the issue of defunding. Let me entertain the defunding issue once the Chair comes back, because it's somehow linked with the issue of administration that he mentioned earlier. And then the issue of late payment from NSFAS, yes, that is correct. There are actually reasons why, as NSFAS, we've decided to hold back the tuition fee. So what we did, we then said, let us prioritize students' allowances. And the reason why we did that is to make sure that students do receive their allowances, they also receive the accommodation allowances. And we were doing that to make sure that comes end of the month, universities are in a position to be able to pay students' allowances. However, the one thing that we held back as NSFAS was the tuition. But currently, on the 14th of November, we made the September tuition fee that was on hold. We have paid. I saw the presentation. I think the presentation maybe was done before the payment. It said something about the 3 months. It's now not the 3 month. We are owing the October tuition fee and then also the November tuition fee, of which the November tuition fee, when we release the coming payment, which is scheduled for the first week of December, we will also be releasing the October tuition fee. That is the plan from NSFAS. And then going forward, we will also be making a payment of the outstanding payment. Maybe then also to go to the issue of the accommodation, President. You indicated that you've never seen the accommodation team. That is correct. We are well aware of that. We had a team that was responsible. They were sort of caretaking the space. So what we did as NSFAS, we've now appointed the senior manager responsible for accommodation. And then we now, Chair, this is their third day actually in the position. They were just appointed now, but then we said, let us go to the parliament so that they understand or they listen to some of the issues being raised. They are not coming from outside the organization. They are the internal staff members. They already understand some of the challenges and also the culture of the organization. So why we did that, Chair, is also to say they need to start working now so that comes beginning of next year, we are in a position to address some of the challenges before the start of the year. And then regarding the issue of direct payment, Chair, we are aware of that, but then a decision was taken to say, let us then allow universities to distribute students' allowances for time being, and this is to allow other processes regarding the issue of direct payment. I'm not sure if you are aware, the matter is in court, so we are not in a position to really talk about it, but universities currently are distributing students' allowances so that students continue to receive their allowances. The issue about, I picked up a comment around the postgraduate students. accommodation. Chair, NSFAS is not involved in the postgraduate student accommodation because we do not fund postgraduate qualifications. So our focus is higher certificate together with the mainstream, which is the bachelor degrees. Regarding the issue of the results, Chair, that was raised by the President, what we do, and we will be opening in the coming weeks for institutions to start submitting results for 2025, so that comes 2026, we are in a position to be able to start communicating continuing students funded students. We are actually building on what we did beginning of this year. This year, the first continuing students funded list was shared on the 7th of Jan. We want to continue on that, and we really would like for also WUSU to make sure that the submission is done before, at least before you go on holiday, so that our colleagues, our ICT team will be on standby to process and make funding decisions. Comes around the 6th and the 7th of Jan, we should be in a position to be able to start communicating funding decisions. So yes, in the past there were challenges around that, but this year, the 7th of Jan, we were in a position to be able to share the continuing students funded list. And then maybe just to go back to the first two comments that were made by the chairperson regarding bypassing of institutions or universities from NSFAS side. We are also looking at that. What we did, Chair, we've written to all the universities and TVET colleges, and the reason why we did that, we said to them, they must give us the names of the people who will form part of the planning committees looking at the 2026 academic year. We have received confirmations from a number of institutions. The committee, we aim to make sure that we look at the funded list. We also want to look at things like accommodation, so that if there are challenges, they get to be discussed, and we want to make sure all the institutions are represented in this committee, rather than NSFAS being the one making decisions on behalf of institution. So that's where we are going with that, chairperson. Regarding the administration of NSFAS funding versus the defunding of students, Chair, the reason why we have some of the students or some of institutions saying we've defunded students is because as and when we receive registration data, we do the checks. And one, we look at the qualification codes, whether the qualification codes submitted for that specific student is approved by the Department of Higher Education, SAQA, and CHE. Where a qualification that has been submitted as part of the registration data is not aligned with the approved qualification, we immediately go and block it. That's why we always say we don't want to call it defunding of students. We say it's exceptions, because amongst those exceptions, we have cases where issues get to be resolved. We also have cases where, because of multiple reg or dual reg coming from different institutions for one ID number, our system goes and block all the transaction pending a confirmation as to which institution is supposed to be paid. We have also noted from some of the institutions, chair, when they submit results, they would submit results with a graduation indicator. And the moment a graduation indicator is picked up from the results, our system goes and not fund the student, because it concludes that the student completed that qualification. And there are cases where comes January, February, other institutions will be submitting such information. Again, another issue is the issue of HEMIS data. It happened this year also. It was a big one, where certain institutions submitted data to the department. And we worked with the HEMIS data, only to find that the institution came around April. And then they started raising issues to say, it looks like we have submitted the wrong data. And funding decisions were made based on the data that we received. And we ended up having to, unfortunately, with the new data that was submitted, we had to say, these students, we cannot continue funding these students. So there is somehow dependency on also the side of institutions within the sector that we need to also work together. And maybe in closing, Chair, we have a very good working relationship with WUSU, the CFO, together with his team. So we address issues as and when they are presented to both the two institutions. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you. But so WUSU did not have the students that were awaiting that shortfall. You did not have students that had applied outside of the university application, which were part of the shortfall, which the department and the minister made an announcement. And if you do you know how many students and have you sorted them out? Because in other institutions, they're still sending us messages that since the announcement in September, NSFAS has not given them their allowances. They've not paid those tuitions. So at WUSU, you are saying on the defunding, because they also fell under that big umbrella of defunding.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, WUSU had some of the students. We have paid where the reg was successfully submitted. Few minutes ago, while I was here, I was dealing with one institution where the payment was already released to the institution, but a query was then escalated to NSFAS CEO to say we haven't paid. And when we checked, we realized that we have paid the institution, but then somehow the institution did not release the allowances. When I went out, when I spoke to the institution, I then learned that the student needed to go to the financial aid office so that they can submit their banking details. And this is not a WUSU case, but I thought, let me just share that with you, just for everyone here to understand that there are some of the challenges as a result of what is required from the student side, what's also required maybe from the institution in case where the institution is supposed to release the allowances. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, members, I'm going to note you now. Just a comment, I think on policy issues. I think it was raised by Labour that there was an issue where the institution wanted to move law to East London and it did not make sense. I think having campus-based courses has got value for money. And let me break it down a little bit for you. And I'll explain why I understand your frustration now at a later stage. So if WUSU has got 4 campuses and they want to have the best lecturers in a particular course, it means they must have 4 of them for level 1 in all 4 institutions. Or 4 campuses, and level 2 the same, and level 3 the same. But if you want to maximize your resources, you say we're going to attract this best law professor to teach law first year, for an example, and they are based in one institution. So everybody who applies at WUSU goes to that particular campus. You are able to attract the best and pay them enough to go there. But if you must divide the resources into 4, you are not likely going to get the best. The challenge that, and this is why I understand where Labour comes from, the challenge that the institution has, and it's not necessarily their problem, it's something that I've personally spoken to the minister about, because I think there's a solution to this problem. Is you can't do that when you don't have accommodation or accommodation in good condition for this student. Because if, let's say, law will be based in Mthatha, those who are in Queenstown, those who are in Butterworth and all of that, and want to study law, they would have to move to Mthatha. But you should be able to provide safe accommodation, safe, reliable accommodation for. And whether the ministry and the department, and we are going to have a conversation with them next week, is that if we are saying the department or the country does not have enough money now to build, let's say, 200,000 student accommodation across the country, we should be able to say, from a strategic leadership of a ministry point of view, say, let's encourage institutions to go into triple Ps. And this triple Ps will say, obviously they must be administered somewhere, because if it's open for all, it's going to create problems. We were at UKZN last month, just over a month ago. There was a project of a triple P of 800 beds, which the university is paying today because the contract they entered into did not defend the institution. So the triple P that you enter into should be able to protect the interest of the institution. For an example, you say triple Ps, you build student accommodation in this condition, you maintain them until, let's say, the triple P is 25 years. You maintain them, and when you give them over after 25 years, they should be in a good condition. Making an example. So the university will monitor that these people who have built this accommodation, one, they build it according to norms and standards of DHET, but also according to the municipal regulations in that particular case. Because in the case of UKZN, there was no certificate of occupation. And the municipality refused to give a certificate of occupation because they identified structural defects. So you entered into a triple P as an institution. This company sells that arrangement to a bank. A bank buys the debt. And they do so because they want to run away from what they've seen that they did not build according to the standards. So when you create these contracts, they should be defending, the interest of the university. But the minister and the department must lead that particular, because if the problem now we have, out of 25,000 students we have on student accommodation, at whose we only have 5,000 internal, it's a big risk. In fact, we should be able to make some money as an institution from this student accommodation, but it goes to private accommodation. And it's not helping the financial sustainability of an institution. So if we say, department, you bring 3,000 beds, you have plenty of land. Say, department, with this funding, people, you go and build, you resolve an immediate problem of use of accommodation. So you say we build because you are a rural-based, the IF chair says they are not a rural university, they are a rural-based global university. So because we are rural-based, maybe instead of getting 3,000, let's prioritize 5,000 and divide it. Maybe 2,500 in Mthatha, 1,500 in 1,000 somewhere, 1,000 in Komani, and all of that. So, but it must be the department that must respond to that particular problem, because they themselves only have money. In our strategic session in September, we had a conversation with the department about the funding model, the grant system. We have complained, we told them it doesn't make sense that in the past 3 years, a university that can survive 10 years without getting a grant, we gave them more than an HDI who can't survive a year without getting a grant. For us, it doesn't make sense. It's as if we're creating this inequality of this institution. So that point we're also going to have, I think they are due to give us a response on that because we had a conversation with them, with us about that. The issue of student accommodation or NSFAS playing a role in student accommodation versus an institution playing a role alone. NSFAS pays in excess of 14 billion to student accommodation in this country. And the argument that NSFAS must not play a role in student accommodation, for me, doesn't make sense. It means we're saying NSFAS must, where I come from, Baibitsa Moreki. So Moreki is somebody who just pays for something, but they've got no say. So if you are in an establishment, these ones that opens at night, you'll see a Moreki will be seated in a table here, but he will be paying for a table somewhere. And he has no say of what's happening in that table, probably until later on. So what you guys are asking, what universities, and we've had this discussion at the church I go to, they tell me these things. So also next week we're having a conversation with USAF. We said there were, and I don't know if my memory serves me well, but would get a lot of complaints from student accommodation providers who say, I'm being paid, for an example, by WUSU. WUSU pays us 2,600 for accommodation, but WUSU claims 4,000 from NSFAS, which is corruption. Literally, you are stealing from NSFAS. And I'm making an example about WUSU. I don't remember if I've had anything to that effect about WUSU. And the big problem we also had was that these people, chair of council, who accredits from a university point of view, who accredits off-campus or private accommodation, they will, because they are in student affairs, triple S or whatever you call it in your institution, they will allow the university-owned campuses to deteriorate to a level where no one wants to stay there. Because when they accredit that one, they say, I'm going to give you, so they demand cold drink for accreditation of this private accommodation. And then they demand energy drink for bringing in students. So it makes sense for them, for students to refuse to stay internally because it means more energy drink for them outside. So, and we've always said that happens everywhere. You can't deny it because we go to churches with this accommodation provider. They tell us. We meet them at this establishment I've spoken about. We come from constituencies where they come from. So you can't do anything with them and think we'll not know. We'll know. So what we then proposed was that NSFAS must play a role. So there must be a dual play amongst ourselves. Now, what NSFAS did, which was wrong, was that they wanted to take over the system themselves. And then in the process, brought in very unethical people who also wanted to do the same things that we are trying to run away from. But with them, they were worse. Because they will even accredit accommodation at Nkandla, where we came from last month, where there's literally there's no roof, there's no bed. Kids must sleep on mattress, not mattress, skin sponge. And then we're told that is an accredited accommodation, dehumanizing these poor people in these conditions. So we've told them they must go look for those people. If we have paid, if we have not paid those, they must never pay. You can't, NSFAS can't pay for accreditation that is wrong from the word go. Because what they will do, they will also go to a rest that exists and say, this rest of yours, I'm supposed to grade it grade D. But if we talk, we'll give you grade B. Or we'll grade it grade A. And NSFAS pays the maximum amount available. But the difference between that grade D and the maximum amount, they share it. They say every month, Chief, we don't want stories. I'll come and collect this thing. So what you are asking, when I was worried, President, when you were saying, now as SRC we're allocating you, I want to grade, they are also including you on this thing. They are going to corrupt you. And you are still new, you know. I hope they will not corrupt you. So what we are, even next week, we are going to propose that USAF must work with NSFAS together. USAF can say universities will accredit. But before the accredit is approved, NSFAS must come and do an inspection, whatever the case may be. Because if we say universities do it alone, we are going to rob our people again. If we say NSFAS do it again, it's even worse. So let's find, and when you do so in these committees of yours, because students stay in these residences, they must be represented to say, students, because I don't think a right-thinking student will go and agree for an accommodation to be accredited where they themselves can stay, even if you give them 50 rand. And if you take leaders who are elected, I can tell you they will want to be re-elected. So they will not go and do those things. If they agree those things to be re-elected, we'll expose them. Or no, but a president was here and he approved this student accommodation. So it must be workers. I don't know how I will justify the inclusion of workers, but students guaranteed they must be part of that thing. I'm going to give you members. Maybe we'll take one member, and then we'll then go to lunch if it will be ready. We'll check now. I want to welcome those new members of the NSFAS accommodation team. Mukwendeleli said they are still getting accustomed to the culture of the organization. Just on the culture, leave this one of unethical behavior, because there is a serious problem there where people accredit things that are not there. So don't take that one. You can take others. Next week when we meet with the minister, leadership of institutions, would also suggest that if these triple Ps are approved, it does not make sense that government will help you to build a student accommodation. After building it, you then charge students more than the cap of NSFAS. What does that mean? It means government is helping you to build accommodation for poor students. This institution have got 75% NSFAS students. Out of 30,000, I'm sure it's about 22,500 who are on NSFAS. So if you take the cap, or if you charge these students more than the cap, it means you are saying these poor students that everybody in the system agrees they are poor must still have a debt at the end of their qualification, which is not what, the spirit should not be there. There are institutions who have built a number at Free State, University of Free State. They probably have 10% of their accommodation there are within a cap. The rest are above. And when they can't explain, why would you put an NSFAS student and say, every month you've got a shortfall of 2,000. At the end of the year, it's 20,000. Then you go and make a concession without student and say, those who owe anything above 10,000 at the beginning of the year, you are not going to register. That decision alone cost us, I don't know how many millions an infrastructure damage that happened there because of that strike at that institution. We lost a student here in April, and yes, we are saying the report is still being processed, no problem. But what angered me about the institution is that the student has just died, and then the university releases a statement and say this was not a student, dehumanizing a person that the university employee has taken the life of the student, literally turning this student into a criminal who wanted to do wrong things at that institution. I was happy that council immediately, no, not before that, the university management even failed to suspend this person. When students were obviously angered that their peer has been shot and killed in a university property with a gun, where an institution is supposed to be a gun-free zone. The university, by the way, for taking a wrong decision, it's the same as that one of University of Free State, where you say, yes, you might have a problem of squatting. There are ways of dealing with it. But when you say to these young adults, you are not going to allow visitors, you are taking, even at boarding schools and high schools, they do allow visitors until 6 o'clock or whatever the case may be. You are saying to these young adults who we are supposed to prepare to go out and be independent, to take their own decisions in the mainstream, you are saying, you take a decision that says no visitors, which that decision on its own, I think it's wrong, it was wrong. Then we lost a child, no problem with the decision. We then lose a child. What does the university do? Register. You release a statement saying, this was not our student. You release a statement. Then the university, the minister asks. The university says to the minister, we are sure it was not a student. The department releases a statement based on what you have indicated. I told the minister, check with the records of NSFAS, because lona nina kula ma university ninokusibambela lapha ukuthi I did not even trust the system ukuthi if we say she must check on your student register, you will not have deleted the child because you have already released a statement. I said, check with NSFAS. NSFAS comes and says what? No, we know this student. And I was happy, council, that immediately, even when the university failed to suspend this person, you went and instructed. Because that was the most, I don't know, but that was the best thing to do at the time. You can't calm the situation by being hardline. It doesn't happen. So council, I was happy. I know when the minister came there, the following day, council was in a meeting, and you decided that the person must be put on suspension. And, you know, yeah. So, yeah, I was, that one I had to say, it did not sit well. It was, yes, I see in your presentation that you have helped the family by burying, by renovating their home. That's good. But to deny that this child was our student was something that, and I'm happy even on the female student there you are supporting with her recovery, which is very good. And congratulations on being number 5 in South Africa on impact. You know, sometimes we debate, why do we have universities why do we have programs that do not make an impact on our people's life. And I'm happy that even on your opening, you emphasize that you are about impact. So I'm going to note, Honorable Khacham, as I start with you. Okay, Dr. Christians? Okay, I'll start with, I'm only going to note you, and then we'll probably go to lunch, we'll check, then we'll come back after lunch. So I'm going to give you 30 minutes. I'm very generous today. Going to give you 30 minutes. No, generosity it also depends on the number of people present. So if you are many, the time comes. So how we're going to ask questions, she's going to ask a question and then we'll respond. So it's an interactive session so that we get the best. So she will indicate council or management or students or labor, IF. So all of us, we do have mics in front of us. When we ask, because they don't have a lot of time, they have 30 minutes, it looks like it's more. But you saw I gave the president 30 minutes. He could not finish in 30 minutes. So when they ask, please try to be as precise as possible. Sometimes, yes, we can give context, but sometimes there are questions that really need coming in. I see you are, in your presentation, you're emphasizing on accounting and all of that. Maybe it's because in 2023 I attended the inauguration of the Chancellor there at Walter Sisulu Megoboto, and who's a chartered accountant. So maybe that is why you are now concentrating mostly on going into that space as well. But we'll hear, because the chair is in the law space. Maybe there's also a concentration on that angle. Thank you. Dr. Christians.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you for giving us 30 minutes. I think we need it. So, Chair, it's not the first time that we have the Walter Sisulu University with us. And, you know, it's a very crucial rural university serving some of our poorest and most marginalized people in South Africa and, well, specifically in the Eastern Cape. Yet, we've seen some troubling presentations here this morning, especially from the SRC and various other presenters, and really it paints a picture of a university that is experiencing ongoing distress. So the problems at the university, the Walter Sisulu University, is really not an isolated incident. I mean, there's so many multifaceted problems that we see that the university is experiencing, which is a problem, and it's a growing problem. And every time we come and we meet here, we see that there's another layer of the problem that has been presented to us. I mean, there's weak governance, there's institutional instability, there's chronic underfunding, there's NSFAS problems. We have the Department of Education, which is slow and unresponsive, they're inconsistent. And more problematic, they are not exercising their oversight authority, which I think essentially is what is happening at this institution. So my questions, first of all, is to the management and to the council that has done the first few presentations to us. So according to your own submissions that you've done, you know, you've shown long-standing leadership instability. There have been acting appointments. I think it was the chair that mentioned that a lot of those appointments have now been actually concluded, but you have not stated which have not been concluded. There's been internal conflicts, there's delays in decision-making processes in the entire institution. So just to the council and the management, what have you done in the last 12 months to stabilize governance? Because really the problems we've seen has been escalating in the last 12 months. So what have you been doing in the leadership structures to sort of stabilize those problems and to see to it that all posts are filled? Can you tell us which posts have so far not been filled?
No, there is no post that is not filled. On the council posts, all posts are filled. There are two. There is one Deputy Executive Dean of Medicine that is not filled. We've advertised it twice. We haven't been able to find a suitable candidate, but all of the 7 executive deans were filled. There is another we've recently advertised, which is crucial. It's the Chief Operations Officer. What had happened is that the previous Chief Operations Officer was appointed as Deputy Vice Chancellor for Institutional Support and Development. His name was Mr. Sinetemba Mbamban. He was tragically shot and killed on the 19th of June this year at his house. We've filled his position by Dr. Tlale, who is with us today. But his old position has been advertised. It closed last week. So we will be filling that soon. But all of the council positions have been filled.
Are there any management posts within the institution that have been delayed and not filled? None.
Council posts, because one must draw a distinction. There are posts that the statute allocates to us, which is P1 to P4.
Yes.
All of those are filled. We've never delayed a single one.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, Honorable, Mr. Jahana wants to speak.
Chair, Honorable Chair, I want to just state this as well. I think context is very important because we are emerging from an RNC, reconfiguration and consolidation. When you do that, when you go to a unitary university, you get the structures aligned. The moment we finished the RNC, we started putting on track the execution of the filling of positions, which is what we've done up to now, as the chair indicates. So we've done that work. But it would be harder to start to put the cart before the horse because we had to finish the transition. It's done now, and we've populated the structures, those that are allocated to the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And, you know, the first presentation that was made by the university itself is a little bit problematic for me because we see that, you know, the presentation was really activity heavy. We've seen, you know, the person presenting buildings that were erected. Policies were reviewed. Committees are active. Training is being done on time. We've seen that they've said that there are improved graduation rates, reduced gender-based violence cases, improved safety, financial stability, reduced student debt. Yet, with the very next presentations, we were presented with a completely opposite picture. So, where is the evidence from the university itself that what you have in place is actually not working? And this really, I think, just destroys the credibility of what the first presenter has said and then what the subsequent presenters have presented to us. Completely opposite picture of what we've seen presented here to us today. So the presentation paints an image of really unstable governance within the university. There really is shrinking reserves. Your money is shrinking. You've shown that you are in debt. There's NSFAS instability, and I'll come to NSFAS later because I think that the crux of most of our higher education institutions currently is because NSFAS is not stable. That's why universities are battling to become stable. There's safety failures. There are severe infrastructure backlogs, but none of that was mentioned within the initial presenters' arguments presented to us. So my question really is, where specifically is governance failing despite this picture perfect or picture structure image that you have presented to us? Can either the council, or I see the VC is not here today, but anyone else from the management, explain to us then, why are you here today? You've presented a good picture to us, but where are you actually failing the students of Walter Sisulu University?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I mean, I think it always depends, you know, on I think the academics call this thing a perspective. I think that if you are inheriting an institution that is chronically underfunded, but also chronically severely mismanaged, and then you're trying to fix the problem, so you fix one problem, but you leave another problem because you're constantly trying to allocate resources in one area, and every area you allocate resources in leaves another gap elsewhere. So I'll give you an example. In 2021, I think we were responding to a protest, and the council calls a meeting and says, we've been listening to this management giving us a rosy picture, precisely what you're saying, about how wonderful everything is, but the students are telling us the opposite. So let's go and see for ourselves. We do a physical inspection of our residents. We were utterly horrified. In fact, our hearts were broken at how bad things had become, especially those of us who were previously students there. When we came back and we saw an institution that was worse than a shadow of what it used to be. So we then embark on a process where we instruct management that they must attend to the infrastructure backlog, which they do, by the way. But what we learn 3 years later is that they only fixed the problems we said should be fixed and left other problems. About a month ago, we went back to Mthatha when we were recruiting for the new vice-chancellor. And on day 3, once we finished, I then asked the members who were there that let's do another inspection. So we didn't go to the residences we went to in 2021, we went to other residences. And we were again horrified at the state of those residences. So what you have is you've got the failure of sort of institutionalized long-term planning, which is made worse by the short-term interventions that must be made all the time. And then the third example I was going to give is this year. The SRC probably did itself an injustice by not explaining its power in getting the university to focus on student issues. So this year the students embark on a protest in April, which is what the chair was referring to, where ultimately the student was killed. What are they talking about? What is the problem? So somebody doesn't have a fridge, somebody doesn't have a microwave, but it's things that should be there, right? So it then comes to council. Council is interested in it because there is no learning and teaching, which is our responsibility. So we ask, what's the problem? And we realize, but these demands are completely legitimate. But they have been distorted in the media, and somebody says, no, it's because they want to go and sleep with their girlfriends. But that's not the underlying problem, right? So these are the 3 examples that illustrate, I think, where the gap is. It's the gap about the long-term sustainable institutional planning, which we've identified and have put in place measures to make sure that on a long-term basis there's planning and that problems are not addressed on a sort of ad hoc interventionist basis. So your observation is correct, that there are constant breakdowns, but that also worries us. There are also members of the infrastructure committee. They must speak. They are closer to the detail.
Just before, are they going to speak on infrastructure? Because I have another question, then you can just add on to it about the infrastructure.
Honorable, I think I must shut up and let them speak for themselves, if you don't mind.
All right. So,
Okay, maybe before, let me pause your time.
Apologies, Chair. Just on this point, Chair, I'm really interested in this almost active role of council, and I think, and I appreciate council's concerns, because I think even as a committee, we've got a similar problem that we always debate, where we say, in an ideal scenario, a committee should hold the department accountable, and then the department should hold the institutions and the entities accountable. But because there have been gaps in the work of the department, as a committee now we're forced to go and do things that ordinarily wouldn't do. For example, you going to visit a res, it's something that you wouldn't expect council to do, but should be done by people who are more operational. So I wonder how you strike that balance to say that whilst you don't want to really infringe too much in the role of the executive management, but where there are glaring problems and they are not being resolved, you are forced as a council to now go and physically, interrogate things that you would ordinarily wouldn't. Thanks, Chair.
You know, Honorable Lonzo, that is an excellent point, if I may say. It's truly an excellent point. We are concerned where the core business of the university is suffering. When the students are not being taught, that is our problem. Because you know what happens? And this is actually a true story all the time. The parents of these children that are at WUSU, they know me. They phone me, I get text messages, they send me emails. They say, Mr. Ngukatobe, I've sent my child to study at WUSU. But it has been 3 months, they've not been studying. What's the problem? I don't have the luxury of saying to them, I'm sorry, I don't know. It would be irresponsible. So when the core business suffers, people are not in class. We have to intervene. You know, the chair was talking about an employee of the university kills a student on campus with a gun that is not allowed, right? That mother who has lost a child, I went to see them together with the registrar. She asked us, why is my child dead? Right? We have to explain to her. We don't have the luxury of saying, we are sorry, we don't know. So the crisis is when it comes to that point of explosion, that the core business suffers, a student is dead on campus, we don't have the luxury of saying, we are terribly sorry, we don't know. Since June, up until now, I think we have not had a single meeting. Why? The institution is stable. Since the last intervention, we have not had a single meeting, we have not called a single meeting. We have a next statutory council meeting on Friday next week. But in April, when the place was burning, we would have been fired by the minister if we had not intervened.
Yeah, before you press the mic, I wanted to say to Honorable Lonzi, because he was asking how do you strike a balance. I was going to say before I allowed you, I was going to say you are struggling to strike a balance because I think it was Labour that said you guys are too operational. So they're still struck there like us. There was a... Okay.
You know, Chair, honorable members, I've heard this point made a few times. There would be instances of appearances of being operational versus being substantively operational. Let me start with the latter. Council would be substantively operational if we take the power of the executive and exercise it. And they are here. Maybe you can even ask them to do a secret ballot thing, write notes for you. No, I'm actually very serious. Say, can you give us an example of a decision where you feel council exercised power that belongs with management? And tell us, show us. I doubt there will be any, but I wouldn't vouch. I would like to hear this. Now, the appearance, for instance, people would say the number of meetings shows that you are interfering. That can't be your evidence of interference. It just cannot be. You must see the agenda of the meeting. Was the council meeting 20 times to discuss the business of council, insofar as its mandate is concerned, overseeing the running of the institution. If they did, and if there were issues on the table to discuss, Council will not apologize for playing its role. It just can't. But if people think that we're going to be timid because they just cast aspersions on us playing our role, they don't know what's coming for them. They just don't know what's coming for them. And this is not meant to be a conflictual relationship.
Yeah,
Not
but
at all.
it
It is
also
just
s-
about
it
making
also
sure
sounds like a
the
threat.
institution works. Hmm?
I'm saying that part also sounds like a threat.
No, it's not a threat. I'm simply making a point, Chair, if you don't mind. I am saying we all have a role to play. We don't need each other's permissions to play our roles. Our roles are spelled out in the university statute, in many other documents. When we stray, in fact, Chair, at the risk of elongating this, when we met in East London to have a strategy session, this mama came up. And we encouraged management. We said, you know, could we please help us with examples of instances where this is happening? Examples. Simply saying, you have had too many meetings, you are interfering, can't be the case. Can't be your only argument, is the point I'm making, because it gives the optics of interference, but substantively, you must then prove substantively that it's happening.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be long. I just want to say I chair the risk committee for WUSU. The number one risk for the university is the disruption of teaching and learning. And this is a risk we watch significantly, and there has been many of those interruptions. What you then do as council in response to these things, you look at the rules of engagement, the policies and adherence. You ask a lot more questions in that regard to actually make sure that there's you manage the risk from resurfacing. I also need to say this, Chair, from a context point of view, if one casts back on the presentation, the Chair raised the issue about student accommodation, even said it's a funding problem. Part of it is structural funding formula, part of it is the execution gaps inside. Secondly, Prof. Liddington, in her presentation, showed pictures of bad accommodation, and she said it's not all fixed. It's a journey we're walking in. So there's consistency right up to the people who said, the student leaders who came through. Unless I've missed it, there's a thread. But obviously, the people who feel the pain most, they come to amplify their issues in this room, rightfully so. But if you look from the chairperson to Prof. Lillington, there is a thread. The presentation shows progress in the sense that we came from a hole. But the people who are experiencing the pain see no better thing than the shoe they're in. I expect them to amplify. So I think from a point of credibility, Chair, I do want to say we are not here to create a good picture. We will be shooting ourselves on the foot. We want to get funding, we want to improve the university to progress. So there's consistency in approach. It's not a sunshine presentation from our side. The leaders of youth and labor amplifying on the issue of a possible closing the space. Honestly speaking, if the university does its own job, we don't want to be in the space. We want to just make sure that the students must be in school, they must be in the class, they must be teaching and learning. But if it's not happening, we have to ask the question. So we have to tighten the vice a bit until they show confidence and we unwind. We will ask more questions than not if things are not happening. So and lastly, the balance, our involvement comes out of issue. Once there's a risk coming through, there's disruption, it calls us in. But when things are okay, we're not even listening. So I think that's where the balance we keep. It's issue-based, our involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair.
Thanks, Chair. And I think to add to what Mr. Jahana is saying, you actually, the example you cited of the death of the student is a case study, is a perfect case study for this. Because if you look at the sequence of events there, it's an incident happens. Council is away, it's not at university. Management has a window of opportunity to deal with the problem. And as you rightly point out, the response of management is simply not adequate. It's not equal to the crisis at hand. So you have this situation where council either watches and hope for the best, because somehow it is an operational matter, but it's a crisis. So council decides that we need to convene and deal with the crisis. That adds to the meetings. So the more crises you have, you are going to have this type of meetings. So I think I would concede the lines are not always bright, but I think the example you cited, for me, illustrates the points quite clearly. When is council actually duty-bound to intervene? And by saying that doesn't mean that you should be a trigger-happy council that wants to sit at university all the time. There's judgment, that is exercised. And I would say, as a member of council, I'm happy with how it's been exercised so far. And if it is true we've had 10 meetings, it just reflects the extent of problems, the extent of crisis. And the chair pointed out that those problems, by the way, are not primarily governance problems. They are resource problems. They are problems that reflects our history, our under-resourcing that continues up to this day. Thanks, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you.
So sorry to come back to this, Chair, but I thought it would be wrong to not make this point. I think the tone of Councillor Fuzile, we may want to persuade him to reconsider it. I thought the chair of council answered this question very well. I don't think we have to be combative and saying things like they will see what is coming to them, because then it creates an impression that anyone who would have spoken here now, when they go back to WUSU, they must be worried because council told them they will see what is coming to them. Like I said, I thought the chair of council answered me very well. I don't think there's a need for us to make comments like "Ingatuthi bazobona." So I think maybe we may ask the councillor to reconsider that tone and that language. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, no.
Thanks, Chair.
That's true. I actually asked if, I said to him, it sounds like a threat. I mean, the spirit of our meeting is to look for challenges and collaboratively get to the answers. We do get a lot of problems where some senior managers in our institutions, when labor and students raise issues, when they leave here, others get suspended, they get threatened. So that's why I said it sounds like a threat. And I think Honorable Loans is correct that we must ask you to withdraw that part. Don't amplify it. I know you want to contextualize what you meant. It's okay. Let's not do that. Let's just withdraw the supposed insinuation of the message.
No, I withdraw it. But I was.
No, it's okay.
Let me illustrate a small.
No, it's okay. Let's not do
point
it.
that we must just appreciate.
No, I think the response.
Okay.
The response was okay.
I withdraw it 100%.
Thank you very much.
Can I just make one point,
Yes.
Chair? I don't know, people who are familiar with WUSU and its council, they know that it's impossible for any retaliation to take place. Just impossible. The last time you came to us, you remember that it was Nehao that was complaining a lot about management interfering, council interfering, the whole place is in a disarray, etc. I was very pleased with their presentation today. Today, the union that's complaining is ABSA, So this is what happens. It's in the spirit of a debate. This is a democratic institution. The SRC once insulted me in a council meeting, and then I asked them afterwards, but guys, I thought I'm one of you. I said, no, you sold out long ago. So it's just impossible. It will never happen at WUSU that there is any retaliation for things said in the context of a council meeting.
No, thank you very much. I'm laughing because members were joking in the WhatsApp group when after Nehao presented. They said Nehao presentation is a democratic presentation. So you are saying the same as well, that you're like, Honorable Christians, I'll unpause your time now.
Thanks, Chair. No, I mean, I've heard what the council has had to say and the management in the SRC, and I think, on the contrary, to the council members, we actually do want you to do your work. We know for a fact that it is a council of high expertise. I believe you have lawyers and judges and CEOs and so on. So, we're proud to have a council as well-learned as what you are, and we would actually want you to do your job, no matter how many meetings it takes. The problem I think that we have is that expertise that you have in that council doesn't translate into what should be happening at the university. It's just a statement, and it's from where we are sitting, that is what we are seeing, and we are asking you to work harder at that. My question with regard to the infrastructure is, there has been repeated complaints that there's not enough beds. We've heard that there were a shortage of 3,200 bedding, or that the beds were not built, even though there was a project that was rolled out recently. But that project has now stalled. So I just want to know about that. That's why I asked that we just hold back the question a little bit, is that why has that ship project not progressed? What is the stalling in that? And when is the completion date for that project?
I'm going to ask management to respond, but we know about it because it's come to the council several times. The good thing, if I can start with that, is that it has finally been approved. Honorable Member, I phoned the chairperson of this committee in about April when we had the shooting. And I said, if we could only get the Minister of Higher Education to approve our request, which has been sitting there for 3 years, we can open up the space and build new residences so that we don't have our children complaining about dilapidating infrastructure. And in fact, I wanted to come to this committee in April already. Then now, sorry, you can't come. We're busy with UCT, etc. All right, fine. UCT is in Cape Town. When the new minister came, Puti Manamela, he signed our request within a week. Within a week, he signed it. Now it's been stuck with my management. When I arrived this morning, the CFO says, did you sign that Shipmo 3,200 beds? I said, what Shipmo? He says, it's with the registrar. I said to the registrar, can you print it tonight so that I can sign it? So it's now been approved. So they can explain when is the construction starting. But on the governance side, everything has been approved.
Chair and Honorable Member, the Chair has adequately covered where the delay was coming from. It's a project that's sponsored by the Department of Higher Education and Training. It's part of a cluster. Our university was allocated 3,200 beds. The feasibility studies were completed and were submitted with council approval more than 3 years ago. But we were waiting for, it's funded by D8 grant, it's funded by WUSU own reserves, it's also funded by a treasury facility. And that is what we were waiting for. So that has now been received. We are now ready to go. There's just one more step around getting a small part of external funding, and then the procurement and other processes would proceed. Thank you.
Is there a completion date?
Oh, the DVC must explain. I like the question because at least I can also get the answers. I don't have the answers.
Thanks, Chair. After this process, then we must go into what they call site enablement studies, going per each identified campus, checking the geotech and so on, and doing a high-level estimate of the project. What I've been told by the DBSA is that that process will take about 8 months. Then afterwards, we'll be able to go into construction. But we're trying to see how we can expedite that process. Thank you. So the construction will be about a 24-month construction period. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a comment that DHET rolls out all these projects.
Hold on, Dr. Christians. She has a follow-up.
I'm sorry, Dr. Christians. I want clarity. So you got funding based on motivation, I get, of what it is that you're going to use the funding for. Once you get the funding, you're going to go back and get the information you used for motivation. Am I understanding you properly? I get once you have the money, you have already done the feasibility studies and submitted. All you have to do is just spend it in alignment with what you submitted as recommendations for Dr.
Tlale.
Yeah. So the when the project is in the inception phase, they do what they call a feasibility study. So they just checking whether WUSU, it's the business proposal, whether we have enough students per which campus. So that's what they've done high level. But now per campus where it's been identified, we go into the engineering studies now. Those have not been done. Those are the ones that needs to be done for the next 8 months, which they call site enablement studies. Then after that, at the end of it, it comes with the estimates for example, 800 beds in Mthatha will cost this much, then we'll be able to go out on procurement.
Okay, it does make so you are going to be busy first and you'll identify a site, do geotech studies, architectural studies, generally professional services.
Services
Bulk
and
services.
so on and so on, yes.
Yeah, so I hear where you're coming from.
But I thought the question, what is the completion date, is the question. I also want to know that question.
Yes, and that is exactly my point, Chair, that DHET needs to take some kind of responsibility because we've heard that it is their project and the project has been delayed. The project was implemented 3 years ago. So the bed should have been built some time ago and has been delayed. So I think we need to hold DHET accountable here for the exact completion date to see to it that students don't sit with the same problem in a few years' time again. Yeah, so I'd like to hear what DHET has to say about their side, their responsibility, what responsibility they will take in ensuring that completion.
Dr. Chabalala.
Yeah, no, thanks, Honorable Chair. We have taken note of the concern as raised by the Honorable Member, and I think it's about the roles and responsibilities on this project by either of the parties. And what we've heard here now is on the construction, structural, architectural, and engineering that still needs to take place. And from our side, it's basically going to be the oversight. And as I say, we are taking note of that. I cannot apologize more for the delay that we have experienced up to now. But now that approvals have been granted, we will be on it. Thanks. Chair.
But just to be fair, I think to be fair to the department, the delay would have been from the ministry's point because they could not continue without the ministerial approval on the triple P. And like the chair of council said, he did indicate to ourselves in April that this thing has been sitting at the ministry's level for quite some time and it's affecting. And indeed, you might find even the money that they have now may not be enough to build the 3,200 based on 3 years ago's prices because cement is up, the cost of construction is up, and all of that because of this delay. So I agree that we must apportion the blame to the ministry. In this case, it's not really the department's fault. They are at fault on many occasions, but I think on this case is the it's the department ministry. Honorable Lonzi.
Chair, I think there's a very simple question here that maybe I'm missing in the academic language. How long is the project going to take? Because even if there's the engineering aspect, the assessments, surely between the CFO and whoever is in charge of infrastructure, they would have some projections that typically this thing is going to take 6 months. Once we have completed the first stage, we enter second stage, takes another 8 months. Once we have entered this, takes 24 months. Therefore, we project that it's going to take us about 3 years or 4 years to build these 3,500 beds. I think that's the very simple question that honorable member is asking, and we're not getting a response to it.
Yeah, maybe somebody must help because.
Can I try, Chair?
Hold on, switch off the mic first. Yeah. Maybe just to be fair, the DVC is new, started now. Yeah, so maybe that's why there's no definitive. The CFO wanted to answer.
No, we have a better respondent.
Chair of infrastructure.
Yes, the chair of infrastructure.
Chair of infrastructure, come through.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the DVCISD was trying to compile the various components that are required until we achieve project completion. And in calculating or combining a 24-month construction period, which is at the tail end, about an 8-month design construction period, design period that he described as enabling works. And then there's a critical first step that is still outstanding, which is the securing of the debt tier of the finance of the project. The CFO will have articulated that this project really relied on 3 funding sources. It was the IAG, it was the BFI that has now recently been approved, and then the last part, a small component of the total price, about 8%, is the debt component, which we need approval from DHEAD to now go out on the market on. Assuming that is done in about 4 months, which is our plan, we are really looking at a culmination of a 36-month period until we can realistically say the project will be complete. So if I can answer the question directly, 3 years from now is when we are most likely going to have a complete project.
It might be beneficial to break it into phases. Maybe deal with first phase of 1,000, finish it on time, and then so that we don't wait for 2028. Might not help us. Dr. Christians?
Yeah, Chair, I think it's ideal simply because this portfolio committee will still be here, so we can track them in the next 3 years to determine whether that we can actually hold them accountable. Chairperson, the other thing that I'm worried about is the university's throughput rate, as well as your completion rate, your graduate rate. And then also the retention of male students at your university has also shown to be problematic. I've looked at the slides, and it is concerning. In 2021, you had 59% graduates. In 2022, you had 33% graduating. So that is a huge drop from 59 to 33%. So I think if we can ask the university to explain to us why there has been such a huge drop in your graduation rates, and perhaps, perhaps you can't do it here now, but perhaps you can furnish it to the committee at a later stage. If you can give it to us per faculty, where are your problem areas, really? Before you answer that, can you answer it together with the retention rate? Your retention rate seems to be quite high, but your graduation rate seems to be falling. And the question really is, how strong is your academic support, your student support system? Are they assisting? Why does student retention, why is that not translating into the graduation of your students? And then what percentage of retained students remain stuck due to what we've heard now, your infrastructure failures, your staff shortages, and your NSFAS interruptions?
Honorable, I think this question, we've raised it. We had a special meeting, and it affecting two faculties, engineering and natural sciences. This is where the biggest problems are. We asked the dean, Chairperson, somebody is talking about getting too operational. The students are failing. You see, we can't preside over the university where students are failing. So we call the dean, come and explain to us why are the students failing. But the person to give you the detail of why, because we also asked the same question, is Professor Lennington, because she is the DVC for teaching and learning. So she is responsible for making sure students pass. So, but it's on the agenda of council right now. About when was the meeting when we called engineering? Yeah, when we called the dean of Professor Twala. In August, yes, exactly. So your observation is spot on. The students must pass. Why are they failing? Is this because they are hungry, or what's going on?
Thank you, Chair. Let me first say that our graduation rate is, just to give you an idea as a background, our graduation rate is 20%, and the average across all universities currently is 22.5, and our success rate is 83, and the average across all universities 79. Just to give a background, I'm not trying to do any comparisons. I want to take you back to the data I presented. The data for the second cohort was the data for students of the year N, not N+1. So that's minimum time. Whereas the first data was N+1. So, and that's actually, if you take all the funding formulas, that would give you a better idea of students that are finishing within what we would regard as minimum time +1, which is standard. At that stage, we're getting a completion rate of 70%, and a 14% retention, which means that 14% that normally will pass either the next year or the year after. That dropout rate doesn't go up. So those students are just a bit slower. The other data was those students that they registered in 2022. So we're actually measuring them in minimum time, and that's why it looks so different. By the end of this year, they'll probably have the exact same stats. The dropout will be 20%, the pass rate will be 70%, and we'll have a 14% retention. And it's quite standard, that trend over the years. It has improved, but that picture is what comes across. And we're very worried about the male students and that difference, because you don't see it at enrollment. Can I say as well, you will see if you go to other universities, it's not a WUSU problem, it's a national problem. of retention of male students between 18 and 22. We've done some studies on who's dropping out and why we think they're dropping out, but we need to do more. And those studies are what we're using to try bring in interventions. So that's what the Student Success Committee does. If I could say, what do we do for student success, I could give you a long list. And that has been, for a large extent, we see a problem, we address it. We see a problem, we address it. So we've got tutors, we've got e-tutors, we've got face-to-face support, we've got peer support, we have ambassadors, we have academic advisors, we have writing centres, we've got writing intervention, we've got academic literacy centres, but none of them are actually properly coordinated. And that is where we've stopped now and said we are taking, and we don't have all the data. So these were reactionary responses to what we were seeing. With the collection of data analytics and understanding the data, we're actually sitting down and trying to put an integrated, proactive response to that. So we're in the process of, we have that data, we're developing that committee, we're developing that framework. We've got the foundations of that framework. That framework is a community of practice type of framework across faculties that will come back and we'll start implementing. And we're hoping to see big differences next year already. But, and I could give you the breakdown of different faculties. Yes, the science faculties struggle more. Yes, we need an intervention there, very much on numeracy literacies and digital literacies and not just academic mathematical literacies, which is, and you'll see it a little bit in financial sciences. To a large extent, that is the student we get in, which is not an excuse. We need to understand where those competencies really need bolstering and put in those interventions and start seeing that change. The actual dropout of the male student, we haven't really looked at that in terms of interventions yet, because that study is quite new. And we need to really sit down in that student success and dedicate part of that success framework is what is happening to our male students and why are they not graduating, because you'll see in the dropouts they play a higher role there. And it's a concern across the country. So yeah, that's just, so the two sets of figures I gave you are the exact same set, except they're 2 different years, which is why they look different. But if you give the 22 students at the end of this year, they'll look just like the 21 students. So there's not that huge difference between them. I hope I've helped.
Yeah, I think, thank you very much. I think it is still concerning, you know, that there is a problem with our male students, and I'm glad to hear that you have embarked on some kind of study to determine the cause of that. Maybe something that you should share with the committee as soon as the study has been completed, and I think maybe even share nationally, because I'm sure, as you said, you're not the only university that is struggling with exactly that.
The institutional forum wanted to add to the problem.
All right, thanks, Chair. In the main, there are 2 departments that particularly deal with student success and student experience, having to be student affairs and DLT. So DLT in the main is responsible for academic development. It entails your tutorship, academic advising, and so forth. Student affairs, co-curriculum activities. Now, I think previous years, there has been a restructuring of these 2, in the main from a structural composition. DLT currently is within faculties and is a standalone department. So there's a segregation of functions and there's a dotted line of reporting. In my view, Chair, that is a fragmented approach of coordinating that specific field. If you can do an analysis across South Africa, it's either the academic development unit is a standalone unit or it is integrated within the faculty. Because once there is no structure, there is no direction. So part of the views is that we might have changed what was working to what we might say now is not working. And I'm saying this because when that change happened, there was no knowledge-based argument as to say why. Maybe it's a process of starting back and saying, how can then we review whether what we have currently is working or not? So it speaks to the nuances that we spoke about at the structural level when organograms were created as a result of change management. Secondary to that, Chair, the argument is that student success comes even outside the classroom. It's not only mainly based in teaching and learning inside the classroom. There are people who thrive in their success because they are actively involved in sports. Currently at WSU, sport is under-financed. Does not make sense. Sport is a core curriculum activity for student development. When people are actively involved in core curriculum, they become involved even in their curriculum development activities. So it's a process where we say, Chair, we really need to review some of these elements because we've got a growing number of PhD candidates that are teachers. We've got masters academics. So the profile of our staff is improving, but our throughput rate is reduced. It doesn't make sense in terms of the systematic approach that the university should be taking. So the view from the side of IF is that it's not working. DLT needs to be DLT. Academic development is an evolving profession and discipline. Therefore, it should remain like that so that we then measure our successes and our challenges as we move along the way. Thanks, Chair.
And have you lobbied this view as IF to Council? Because if it was an if it was an organogram review, IF plays a critical role in advising Council on certain things, and this should have been one of them. So that is not, you have not done that there with Council.
The completion, Chair, of the organogram actually was this year. So part of the proposition we made on our recommendation is that we need to monitor and evaluate whether the change process holistically was a success. So it was a matter of timing. Now that we are talking about this issue, I felt that let me try to sponsor it. Yeah, I've also lobbied the Chair next to me. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, no, I'm saying so because there are certain discussions that we must have amongst ourselves as stakeholders of WUSU. There are certain discussions that only when we have not won or when we are being frustrated internally about listening to our views, then we can bring, because I don't want us to sit here and be as if we're in a council of WUSU. We don't want to be accused of interfering. So we don't want to go into that space. But there are certain, or management, when staff members raise certain things, I sometimes allow them because I can see they're frustrated. But that is because they've raised, you can tell when a person have raised an issue before, that it's out of frustration that they're raising this issue, and then that's when we'll allow them. But there are certain discussions that we must allow you to have on your own. So that don't include us or abuse our platform to bring issues that are not supposed to be. SG, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment briefly on the question at hand from the students' perspective. Firstly, I would like to say that academically, our academic concerns are not considered. We have an issue whereby academic support is not properly in place as it should be. Nepotism is an issue in our institution. We are supposed to be having tutors who are supposed to be helping us at an academic level, but such tutors are not employed based on their capabilities, but they're employed based on their relationship with the employer. That's one thing that we have that is an issue. Secondly, infrastructure. The shortage of classes does have an impact on our academic success. I'm saying this because there are certain modules that have a specific timeline of saying you're supposed to study this module for a specific hours in a week, but that does not happen because we have very limited classes, and therefore they have to limit the time of which these modules are shared with us. And then it comes to social and welfare. Mental health of our students should be considered. We have an issue of mental health. Not just mental health only, but you cannot focus academically when you're in an environment that is not proper for you. You're in an environment where there is no water, there is noise. Also, you're in an environment whereby there's always an issue of toilets. We have an issue with water specifically. Those are not conducive environments which are somehow affecting us. Also, you cannot leave your residents to study at the study center because we have limited spaces at the study centers. For example, Mthatha campus has 16,000 students, but the study center can only accommodate about 100 students. What then happens to the other students who need to study? Hunger should also be considered. The university should find ways to cater for students who are not funded, because truth be told, you can't go to class and understand what is being said when you are hungry. When, by the way, you don't even have a place to stay because the university does not allow squatters on campus. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That is really concerning, and that is specifically why I asked about student support centers, because throughout the country, academic and student support centers are failing our learners. They're not properly equipped. They're not equipped with the specialized people needed in those centers. And more concerning, I wanted to raise, but I know my time is limited, and I still wanted to interrogate NSFAS. But the water situation at the Walter Sisulu University is extremely problematic. I mean, you know, there are diseases, just our dignity of our learners are at stake here. So, and I mean, this all has an impact on throughput rates, graduation rates, etc. So thank you for raising those concerns. The Department of Higher Education is here, your council members are here, your management is here, and I really hope that they are taking note of that, because in my experience, and I have 23 years experience in higher education, student support is of utmost importance in our educational facilities. And I really hope that you are taking note of the students' concerns. Chairperson, I just have a few questions. I don't know how much time I have left, but I really want to speak to NSFAS, because we've seen here, and we've had various universities here with us, but speaking to the Walter Sisulu University, especially today, it is so clear that universities are collapsing because NSFAS is collapsing. Accommodation, amenities like water, your student support services not adequately, hunger, thirst, accommodation. We can all point the finger back to NSFAS collapsing, Chairperson. And so, from a governance point of view, NSFAS deals with accommodation, they deal with the university's ability to run their day-to-day operations, and we can see this is really some of it, and I'm not presenting all of those to NSFAS, but really a huge proportion of this is NSFAS failures. So institutions are really spending millions, we've heard here today, to fix a crisis that is really created externally. And we cannot stabilize institutions if NSFAS is not stabilized. So we heard about the new accommodation model. I'm concerned about the new accommodation model. We've heard at SPU as well that there are two types of accreditation programs run. The one accreditation program is run by the university. The other accreditation process is run by NSFAS. NSFAS really appoints an external provider to go and accredit accommodation homes, and the two just don't merge with each other, where students don't know from a day-to-day basis which accommodation they can actually go to and be financed successfully through NSFAS. There's late payments. There's third-party agents. NSFAS doesn't consult with universities when they are busy appointing these external companies. we've heard that there is a research company that has been appointed by NSFAS. And I really want to get there. Number one, the external companies that are accrediting our accommodation providers. And then there was apparently a research company that was appointed by NSFAS to specifically go and do research about accommodation. And this research has been ongoing for 2-3 years, and there has been no outcome. We've got no data with regard to those researchers that have been appointed, and there's no way forward. In other words, no solutions. So why, my questions, why is NSFAS running parallel accommodation accreditation systems, which contradicts the university systems and is now causing mass evictions, double placements, and basically chaos at our institutions?
Yeah, next week we're having a meeting with NSFAS.
Okay.
So,
You think I should leave that for them?
yeah, I'm afraid you'll ask, these ones, their role is to do university support. They don't take those strategic decisions about what you are asking. You're going to put them in a corner. So let's wait for NSFAS next week. We have the whole day. We have booked the venue until 8 p.m. I can extend
I'm
it.
really hoping that the top
I'm
structure will
extended-
be here then.
No.
The CEOs and the finances.
The acting CEO should come, the board. We've even invited the former chair to also come. So we'll have a
Because
conversation.
I'm very eager to have them.
Yeah, it's 2:00.
Okay, thank you.
I come from, my mother is old. So we must allow the body to recover. So we'll take 40 minutes lunch. We have lunch outside, just outside here. So we'll be back here at 14:40. I was going to say let's have working lunch, but the problem, the last time we had working lunch, Honorable Lonzi created a problem for us. So, so we can't have a working lunch. Let's take 40 minutes. We're on a break. Thanks.